Good evening. I'd like to call the work session meeting to order on Inclusive Education Program. It is 5 o'clock and we're calling it to order. I'd now like to do some housekeeping. Vice President Bento is absent and excused. And also Dr. Jewel Harmon, Chief Accountability Officer, and Ms. Zantella, Executive Assistant to the Board, will be attending the meeting via Zoom. I'd now like to call on Superintendent Vela for introductions.
Thank you, President Hamada, members of the board. Excited to have my team share with you a little bit more about our inclusive education program. I can tell you that in years past, I was one of the supervisors there quite a few years ago, and I've just been so impressed with the work that's been happening, always looking to get better at what we do. So we hope that today you learn a little bit more about our program, and of course, as always, we will leave some time at the end for some questions. With that said, I'd like to introduce Mr. Spencer Pan, our Interim Associate Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, who will start our presentation tonight. Mr. Pan.
Thank you. Good evening, President Hamada, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, and Ms. Zantello. I am delighted to have the opportunity here to introduce our team, to present to you around our inclusive education programs. As you know, I am pretty passionate about this particular area and excited to share with you the work from the departmental lens and how the intersections of our team operate within the district to ensure that we educate and provide services to all of our students. So with that, I'm going to introduce John Robinson, our Interim Executive Director of Inclusive Education, and two members of our Inclusive Education team to start this presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Spencer. Okay, thank you. So I'm John Robinson, Interim Executive Director of Inclusive Education, and I'm here with Assistant Director Dr. Haley Brown and Assistant Director of Inclusive Education, Andrew Mon. We'll be here speaking about the work that we do in inclusive ed and a few of the opportunities we see coming up for the team. So to do just that, I'll provide an overview of how inclusive education organizes our work. Then I will pass off to Andrew and Haley to discuss some of the details around the work, and then I will close out with opportunities within inclusive education. So to start us off, you may be familiar with this slide from previous work sessions. Here we see the strategic and superintendent goals as measured through progress and performance indicators. This applies to inclusive education in that we have developed plans that target inclusive education goals, and we measure those plans through the fidelity of how we implement them, and we measure whether or not the work is producing the intended effects. So we're looking at both progress indicators and we're looking at performance indicators. To simplify this down, our work is organized around three questions. Is there a plan? Are we doing the plan? And does the plan have the intended effect? And so the progress indicators looking at are we doing the plan, and the performance indicators looking at whether those plans are having the intended effect. So we'll come back to these questions and concepts throughout the presentation tonight. So starting with the three questions, whether there's a plan, whether we're doing it, and whether it has the intended effects, Inclusive Ed has developed and is executing on project plans targeting each of the 4 teaching and learning goals. These are around curriculum, instruction, assessment, and systems. Fidelity of implementation of these project plans are our progress indicators, and again, the project plans as measured through key performance indicators or key KPIs, we'll be looking at more detail through the progress indicator. And so now to talk about more of what we do in detail, I will pass off to Andra.
So I am excited to be here tonight to talk with you about one of my favorite subjects, inclusive education and supporting students with special needs. And am going to be talking with you tonight. We've broken our presentation down to talk about program supports, building supports, and operations, and how all of those things come together in support of students and on behalf of our students, and making sure that our teachers have what they need in our inclusive education programs. All right. And I am going to speak specifically tonight around our program supports and what that looks like. Our program support focuses on our work around curriculum and instruction, assessment and progress monitoring, and our ongoing ability to assess those areas in the 4 teaching and learning goals. So really alignment from your strategic goals from Superintendent Vela to the teaching and learning goals to our inclusive education goals, like really creating a through line there, and looking at how we can provide ongoing professional development on behalf of those projects and goals that we have. So one example of program supports that I will focus on tonight is our work around curriculum, specifically our adoption and implementation of that. So one of the things that drives our work is looking at how our students are doing. Where are they learning? Where are the gaps? And what does that look like? So this represents how our students in the school district who qualify for special education services are where they're at on the iReady. The iReady is a diagnostic assessment that is evaluated. The students are evaluated in the fall, the winter, and the spring. And so what this is shows one snapshot in time, just one snapshot of where our students are who qualify for special education services based on at or grade level, early on grade level, 1 grade level below, 2 below, and 3+ below. And so this just represents how our students with special needs came in fall, just this last assessment window, and this is for reading. What this does is shows us, just as I said, a snapshot of where our students are at, but also an indicator of where we want our students to be in relationship to grade level standard. We also know that students who qualify for special education services might not meet these standards, and we can expect, based on the evaluation and their IEP, that we would be looking at different standards or what that looks like for them in their learning and where they're at. So this is reading, and this is how our students are doing with the same snapshot in time for math. All right. So as I said, I'm going to talk with you about our program supports and what that looks like for curriculum adoption. So in response to student data and as reflected in our teaching and learning goals, we really want to focus on making sure that our teachers who teach in our inclusive education programs have the resources they need to help support students in making their learning goals. Most of those goals are related to not most of their goals, all of their goals are related to the evaluation in which they qualify academically and what that looks like. And so some of the work that we had and we saw an opportunity is that the curriculum that our teachers were using was not up to date and/or in reflection of all of our students. We know that the strongest indicator of student growth and learning is the teacher in front of them, but we need to make sure that that teacher has the resources they need in order to be effective in their teaching. And so for our inclusive education classrooms, we really look at what does that look like for supplement to core, and in some cases, replacement to core. So students in our Adapted Support Center will be working on standards that are aligned to core, but there's a pretty big gap in between what they are able to do based on their evaluation and what they qualify for and grade level standards. And so we know that they need something different, and that's what our work has really focused on around the curriculum adoption process. What we're looking at in this process is the core curriculum. Then we're also looking at supplement to core. What are the accommodations and modifications that will help them be successful if they are pushed into a gen ed classroom, or if they get pull-out services in a special education classroom, or if they're in a more self-contained classroom for the whole entire day, or parts of the day based on their IEP. All of these needs are outlined in their individualized education plan that will support their learning. And so making sure that we have curricular resources for our teachers to be able to teach effectively what our students need. So as our process, and what you guys have also been engaged in with us, is this past year, our adoption for our ECSE, our early childhood special education programs, and then most recently with our math and social emotional and learning and behavior curriculums for teachers to use. And so that's been really exciting, so thank you for that. This year we are engaging in our writing curriculum process and really looking at what resources our teachers have to support students' writing and what their needs are. I am now going to pass it off to Haley, who's going to talk about supporting in our buildings.
Thank you. Hi. Similar to my colleagues, I'm really excited to talk with you tonight about some of our inclusive education supports. One of those, as you can see here, are our building supports, which kind of sounds a little intuitive, supporting our buildings, supporting our programs that are in our schools. And so similar to that structure that Andrew just kind of walked through, we're going to look at how inclusive education supports our buildings and review an example of that work. So through building supports, we do quite a few things that you might imagine. Some of them include administrative support, so the assistant directors go out to buildings and do site visits and working with our principals and our leaders and our teams. We also do supervision of our different ESA groups, so our speech language pathologists, our psychologists, and supporting that program supervision. We also do departmental resources and support our building level staff with different needs across the programs. But today, as our example, we're gonna focus in on our inclusive education help desk. I'm so excited to share this information with you. So as we kind of talked through a moment ago, building supports we define as allocating our resources and our staff to our inclusive education programs across the district. This avenue that I'm gonna be talking about tonight is our inclusive education help desk. So what this looks like is a request that our teachers in our inclusive education programs can make to our staff, including our board certified behavior analysts and our program specialists that work at the Central Inclusive Education Department. And what they do is request for support on a variety of needs, which I'll show you some examples of as we kind of get into the details here. But looking at our help desk, this year so far, as we've received requests from teachers in our buildings, 46% of our teachers have requested support from us at the district level inclusive education. This is for all of our programs across the district. So Andrew mentioned a couple examples like support center, integrated program. So different programs, any of our inclusive education teachers can reach out for support. And right now, to date, 46% of our inclusive education teachers have requested that level of support. As we're aware, there's a trust in asking there, and teachers reaching out for us is indicating that there's some need that we can support with. So I wanted to highlight that piece. Here, what you'll see are some words. They are in different level fonts, and so some of them look a little bigger and some are smaller, and that's intentional. So the idea here is that I'm showing you the top 5 requests that we've received this school year so far from our teachers in inclusive ed programs. The largest font there that you'll see is that problem behavior. So teachers reaching out to us to say, hey, I'm really supporting this student, we're struggling with something, and so that is classified in our request form as a problem behavior. These other top 5s, you'll see social work, curriculum and instruction, IEP development, and some of those classroom routines. So the notion here, there are other requests that come into us, a variety of different things that are either really quick questions or larger level supports that our teachers request, but these are the top 5 that we've gotten so far this year. In addition to the direct support that we offer through those consultations with the Inclusive Ed Help Desk, we also send out a survey once we have completed that consultation or closed that ticket because we've now solved or worked with the teacher to solve or work towards a solution to their need. This survey that we are sending out to our teachers at that point is so that we can continue to implement and iterate our process and make sure that we're actually meeting the need of our teachers, that we are being responsive. So when these surveys are sent out, we have several different questions, but a couple for us to highlight tonight are that 69% of our teachers that have responded to this survey, and this was data from the spring, had responded that the plan had worked, that they had seen success with the plan that was developed. And 74% of those inclusive education teachers felt validated and supported by our team. So we wanted to highlight those pieces around what we're receiving back from our team members out in our buildings. Working through our structure here as we're talking about the things that we do in inclusive ed to support our students' success. Our next area is operations. So we'll go through a similar sort of structure, just talking about general pieces of operation and then looking in on a couple of specific examples. So we define operations as the systems and the structures that support our student success. These are illustrated by the important work of our business support team, our IE budget and staffing, as well as our data support team. Each of these teams, as you might imagine, has a variety of tasks that they do to keep all of our systems working and functioning to support our students. So business support team and purchasing items, that front desk support for inquiries that come into our office, timesheets, mileage, professional development scheduling, our budgetary needs through our budget and staffing supports, contract initiation and completions for like some services and agency staffing. And our data support team compiles and analyzes data from our online platforms for our IEPs in accordance with compliance requirements or needs. And they also support users with questions. So folks that might need some support on the technical end of our IEP online system, they support some of that work as well. So heading into a couple examples, we have two that are related to our operational work in inclusive ed. One of the first ones is our staffing allocations. So wanting to highlight a couple of different groups here, there's going to be 3 slides you'll see in the next bit around our different staffing allocations. Excuse me. So for this first one, we're looking at inclusive education teachers, so our certificated teachers in our classrooms. We have 171.5 FTE, so positions that are filled by KSD staff. And 2.0 positions are filled by agency staff. So just highlighting here, 96% district filled for those positions for inclusive ed teachers.
Can I stop you right there? Are those certificated teachers?
Yes,
All of them, the 96%?
that's correct. These are certificated
thank you.
teachers. Yes, absolutely.
And I'm sorry,
Yeah.
the unfilled is 6 then FTE, if I'm doing my math right?
Yes, I think that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I was also looking at notes to see if they had anything specific. 3% being unfilled, so yes.
And excuse me, certificate in special education.
That's correct.
Okay.
To be able to support the, special education programming, absolutely. Yeah. Next group here, inclusive education ESAs. So I mentioned a couple examples of those groups. This would include speech pathologists, occupational therapists, educational psychologists, and physical therapists. Those are those ESA groups. So you'll notice here as well, FTE 114.2 filled by KSD staff, 4.8 filled by agency for that 94% district filled there. I was giving a moment in case there was a question. I wanted to make sure we got it. Another example of some staffing allocations here. So for our paraprofessionals, of note to start, you will see hours here as dictated compared to FTE. So just a clarifying piece around that, with our paraeducators for inclusive education, these folks might be, as Andrew was talking about, our individual education plans for students. These are based off of student need. So it's a little bit different. A lot of our positions are 6 or 6.5 hour based off the program, but some of our students need support for 2 hours of their day or 4 hours of their day. So the allocations for these look a little different as we're just talking through them today for the data, but these are hours, so just highlighting that part. So 1,824.1 hours filled by KSD staff for our paraprofessionals, with 79% of those hours currently being filled. So this roughly, as we talked in the last couple of slides around FTE, so positions, this roughly equates to like 280 to 305 positions. Obviously, it's approximate because those hours do vary a bit, but looking at that in the positional way, that's the number that we're talking about as being filled. And that's a total of approximately 318 out of 380 positions that are filled. So just clarifying those numbers and giving a chance for you guys to process that. That leaves us with 60 to 65 unfilled positions. Also demonstrated here in another way through the percentages on this graph. As you'll see, that's 17%, little math there. So yeah, as I mentioned, just the difference in the hours, because it does look a bit different when you have that 1,000, whatever, but amount of hours. So those are the positions for our paraeducators, for inclusive education, just highlighting that 79% district filled rate.
I want to stop you here.
Yeah.
Just because it gets lost in.
Yeah,
By
absolutely.
the end. So the most desired paras, the absolutely model would be 380, is that correct?
Yeah, so if we're talking about, yeah,
I'm not talking
300
about hours or anything, but.
380 positions, that's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And we fill 318.
Approximately. Hours may vary they may vary a little bit based off of the physical position in person versus the amount of hours, but 318 roughly positions, yes, that's correct.
When you say roughly, what does that mean?
It's the 6 hour to 6.5 hour difference.
No, I get that, but I
Yeah.
mean, there's, roughly could be a lot.
It's my calculation of this and our team's calculation of this is that it's approximately 318 that are filled out of 380.
Okay.
But the hours, I know that that's also why the hours part is like, it's trickier than our FTE, just position-wise.
Is there any particular reason why you gave us the hours instead of the positions?
Yeah. So there's people with ideas. Go ahead,
Because we
please.
fill per the hour. For example, a student may have an additional 2 hours or only 2 hours of para support to ride the bus. And so could be a 2-hour position versus FTE, we hire our CERT staff based on full-time equivalency.
So what would be your total hours that you need to do every position, right?
I calculated at 359 hours.
As open?
Yes, I mean, if 4% is 84 and a half hours, then 17% would be 359 hours.
Let me try and help just a little bit.
Okay.
Back to Director Farrah's question. And I believe what they're trying to share is when we look at an IEP and services, they're done by hour and minutes.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So when you start looking at IEPs across programs, you start looking at the number of hours you have. Okay? So you wouldn't, anyway, so that's that answer to that
You
question.
wouldn't say, oh, we need,
Yeah.
17 FTEs. You will say, how many hours of service
Yes.
do we need?
Exactly. In addition, our contract, which probably they're going to say, there are program hours that must be in certain programs. So that's on top of some of the IEPs that I just mentioned. And the last piece is, and they didn't say is, and it's probably true, some of these positions could be part-time. You might have a person working 3.5 or 4 hours.
Right.
Now, you also can have someone at 6.5 hours, which I think they said is the max, if you will. And that then gives the board the understanding of the variety of hours that are out there, how you would go to fill. That's where you get approximate, because sometimes the IEPs will drive that, not just the program. So just wanted to show that. Is that?
Thank you, Superintendent.
Yeah,
And,
absolutely.
I think, another example that might help clarify is, integrated program, our resource classrooms, that's a 6-hour paraprofessional position versus our more intensive programs, a 6.5-hour position. And so that's a different total hour throughout the day.
So I guess my question is so I'm assuming that this was a snapshot in time, right, of what we're having. So obviously this changes. Do we know on average how long that these positions go unfilled for?
That's a good question. Do we know?
It depends. And we don't have that number here today. We can try and do a little bit of research to see if we can see. But I I would anticipate quite a bit of variability across the district based on type of classroom, level of classroom, preschool versus high school versus transition services, et cetera.
Interesting. Yeah, we'd like to see that because wouldn't that dictate the amount of unfilled, what is the need, right? So
Yeah.
therefore, you could say, well, yeah, we definitely, that 17%, isn't that what it dictates, or that's something else?
So are you getting at that 17% may not all be equal, and that if there's a resource position that gets filled quickly versus a more intensive classroom, say, that takes a little bit longer?
Yeah, the other piece, and we'll come back with you some of that. I think it'd be great for the board to know that there is a difference between a one-to-one para.
Right.
So that could be X amount of hours, and it could be a full 6.5 hour, but they might have assigned to 2 students, as an example. That's one position that you'd say, so how long does that go unfilled? Depending, and then by program, whether it be ASC, SC, ECE, we could also, give you that and break that up. But I just wanted to make sure the board knew that there's different programs,
Absolutely.
different hours for students and programs, but we could break that out for you so you can see.
What I would like to see, and I know that this is data that you're not going to have today, but it is something that I think that we need to know, is how long are these positions open, and what happens when we're not meeting those? I assume since a lot of these are IEP-driven, who's filling that? What does that look like, and what happens? What do we do in that day? So those are the things I'd like to hear kind of.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do have some of that additional follow-up in terms of data that we'll be able to provide you. I think the point on the snapshot is also relevant. This does fluctuate daily.
Yeah.
But I think if you looked at it for the context of the year to start to date, it probably fluctuated somewhere between 15 and 20%, right? That number of unfilled, which is an important consideration to take a look at. There is also that contrast between our fill rate for our certificated positions and then for these paraprofessional positions. I think that's also important insight in looking at this data set. In terms of like the duration of those unfilled and then the impact on, what does that look like on the ground in terms of service delivery, we can definitely do some follow-up on those.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
One quick question. Probably it's obvious, but agency filled. Can someone,
Good question.
can someone explain
Yeah,
that?
I knew that when that came across, I thought, probably should get an explanation.
Yeah, I just want
Yeah.
to know what does that mean?
Yeah, so, and step in if there's something I missed here, please. No, yeah, so agency compared to Kent School District hires.
Okay.
So we have certain positions, like some of our one-on-one positions or behavior technicians that might be, which these are paras, so that wouldn't be included in that, but it's just an example of some of the different types of positions that we might contract for with an agency. So we have a contract, as I said, that directly, they headhunt or they help us find people so we can fill those positions. And I don't know if there's any other specificity to what that difference is, but it's working towards some of those partnerships that we do. And there's a little bit on the next slide too around the partnerships that we connect with on HR, but those are specific to agency compared to district hires.
So it has more to do with the technical knowledge or specialization that we need, or that we can't fill the role?
Good question, yeah.
It's more around making sure that we can fill those positions. When we have a vacancy, we have an order of preference of filling it, right? We want to make our ideal would be to fill it with direct hires. Our least ideal would be to leave them unfilled, right? If we go from unfilled, we kind of have a sequence of unfilled to, intermittent substitute filling so then when we get to agency hire, we can get somebody in there who's established, but if we can hire for and fill in that position, we'll bump that agency staff member out for that purpose. So it's really a piece of saying, these are things that are also opportunities to continue to fill for, but we do have a staff member in there in that spot. They do constitute a small percentage relative, but it is important looking at those are opportunities for us as well.
And I just thought of something else as well around that. We were talking about the intensity of the position. So a one-on-one position or an intensive program,
that's something that currently we would support with agency staffing, to Spencer's point around getting those positions filled. So that's part of that consideration as well that might be helpful.
Thank you.
Anything else on that one? Okay. Thank you. This is good. I appreciate the questions. So as I was mentioning a moment ago, just thinking about kind of what this looks like across with our partnerships. So we depend on our KSD community and our different partners to work together to support our student success. So we share in collaboration with HR, as I was just mentioning a moment ago, though we do have some of our agency contracts that inclusive education supports. But really highlighting with this graphic here, just around IE making that staffing recommendation. And what that is around how many students are we talking about, how many programs. So that's really that student-based need, which is when IE would make the recommendation. HR then allocates that staffing, and then the building works to fill those positions. Obviously, there's some pieces we just talked about around our supports and how we collaborate as a team, but certainly looking at our hiring events, inclusive education going to those hiring events and supporting for paraeducator recruitment or student teacher recruitment. I know there's some of those things coming up, and we try to partner really closely with our HR colleagues to make sure that we're in support of that work as well. So just kind of highlighting this process of how that hiring typically occurs through our recommendations and our allocations.
Quick.
Yeah.
The way I see it is that the start of staff allocation starts from the inclusive education. I'm thinking it should be the other way around. The building is the one that needs, finds the need and then asks for allocation. Isn't that, am I looking at it?
Yeah. Did you have thought?
Yeah, thank you for that. And it's based on first forecasting where the students, how many students,
Yeah.
similar to our general education process of here's where the students are going to be, here's the classrooms they're assigned to, here's the staff to match that, in line with CBAs. Then, in addition, if a student has a need that isn't addressed through the base staffing or that CBA lens, then the building says, we need additional allocation per this IEP, for example, a one-on-one, and then that is allocated from there. So there is a two-way communication, absolutely, yes.
I
that
saw
is
the arrow
important.
going.
I know.
Right. So,
So it should be
so it should be,
arrow going the other
perhaps
direction.
or perhaps a circle, right, in which then it's allocated, and it goes through each.
Person coming in.
Yeah, the other way around.
Pretty
Exactly.
inquisitive. Now, I wanted just to add to the board, this is great. The piece also that's important to note is that there are students that have not yet qualified for special education that may be in the process or an evaluation process.
Right.
That's what the team is aware of as they're going through it. Now, go back to the enrollment piece. When the end of the year hits, they must be keeping in contact with schools in terms of what students either are in the process of evaluation or maybe coming in to enroll that we didn't know about. Hence, we have to be working throughout the summer with teams looking at those who are either in process or not, so that we can inform HR about the needs, back to those hours and positions. So that process is continually happening throughout the year.
Yeah. Thank you. Absolutely. Anything else here? Okay. With that, looking at another example of our work in inclusive education operations, I'm going to turn it over to Andra, and she's going to take us through compliance.
All righty. And as you all have highlighted with your questions, this is a very complex process of identifying student need and matching our personnel resources to that student need. And this is all really driven around federal and state requirements for how students qualify for special education. So for a very basic level, when students have identified needs and they're presenting those needs, either families presenting information to the district and school, or the school team is noticing that a student is struggling and not making the progress that they would typically expect for a student to make. So from that process, there's an evaluation done by a school psychologist and other related service providers, OTs, PTs, SLPs, speech and language pathologists, and they would help support that process in identifying the needs of the student, and then they would determine a qualification for special education services. Once that qualification is identified, then the school team comes together, a special education teacher, general education teacher, the building administrator, and any other providers that are identified through the evaluation process, and importantly, most importantly, the family, and coming together in partnership around their student and identifying a plan for their students' learning. And then when you get into the older grades, the student participation in that process is extremely important. And as 18-year-olds, then they become the owner of their own plan. So those are really just from a basic level around how students that is not what I meant to do. Alrighty. Don't roll the thing on the thing. So students who qualify, as from the operations perspective from inclusive education, our role in this is really around like the reporting requirements. So we're required to report to OSPI and to other entities because we receive allocation through dollars and or resources that are driven by student need. And so in order to do that, we have to report out on where our students are at. And we also have to make sure that we can implement the procedures and processes that are outlined in IDEA. Those are our regulatory pieces that drive inclusive education work. So really looking at the 3 questions that John mentioned earlier. Do all students who qualify for special education services have a plan? Is the plan working, and does the plan having the intended effect? Is really the work around this. So currently, this is again a snapshot in time similar to the staffing. Right now, 97% of students have a current plan. What this means is it doesn't mean that 3% of our students don't have a plan. It just might mean that that plan is late, overdue, because we cannot report on a plan that's not current. So this number could reflect that. It also reflects that throughout the year, students are joining us and coming to us. And so from that, we identify either through the family sharing that information with us or us doing a records request with the other district that the student is coming from. That process takes a little bit of time, so that is reflected here in this number as well. So that's kind of what that can look like. And then the 98% meeting compliance standards, that means that it meets all the technical requirements that are outlined through IDEA and through the WACs that drive that. And this is just reference. This is based off of October data. So really looking at, and as you guys kind of were identifying in your questions earlier around the implementation of a plan. So what inclusive education can do from our perspective is that we can verify if students have a plan. We can look into our system. It's called IEP Online. It's very exciting. We can look in our system and identify how many of our students have a plan that is current, on time, and locked is a term that we use to identify that it's closed. The IEP team has met. They've all participated, and now the IEP is being implemented. We can verify and monitor the plan because as students are making progress on their goals, teachers are going in and documenting on that. We're required to report at the same frequency on IEP goals as the students are getting grading through the gen ed process as well. So right now, semesters. So we're required to report on progress by the semester, so in January and then in June. So we can verify those things. We can verify that there's progress notes. We can verify there's a plan. We really rely then on the building about what implementation of that plan looks like. And so that comes into kind of your question earlier about what do you do when a pair is not there, right? This is a very complicated and nuanced thing. And so we really reach out, work with the building leaders through, as an assistant director, I'm working directly with building leaders around what does this look like? So if there's an unfilled position, and that unfilled position is directly related to one student's IEP, what is our coverage plan around that? can we verify that these services are implemented or not? If we can't verify that they're implemented, we need to be able to document what was missed and work with the building teams around identifying those needs and making sure that we're able to come up with a plan or work with them on strategies of what that can look like. So on the ongoing basis, it's really the school team, the building team, the classroom teacher, the paraprofessionals, and the building leaders that are really doing the implementation of that student's plan. And then working with us through the program supports that we identified earlier, through the building supports that Haley talked about, and then our support and ongoing work as a district and how we're operationalizing those plans. So as concerns come up, and they do, our job is to work collaboratively with buildings to kind of help problem solve and identify solutions to these things. And if we're not able to identify solutions, really working with the team and the family around coming up with a decision on how to proceed together. And that's really, again, in partnership with the IEP team, which includes family. Their voice is a very powerful voice in that process, and making sure that we're working with them and being really transparent and identifying where we're at in the implementation of the plan is extremely important for building trust, for building relationships, and just also making sure that our students are getting what they need. And then part of this work is really just building the capacity. One of the things that we know is that we're not all experts in everything. And inclusive education has a lot of nuance and a lot of legalese that can sometimes be intimidating, but also really helping to build the capacity of our building leaders and our classroom teachers to feel confident in knowing that they do know how to do these things. And so our work in doing that is helping them as far as the implementation goes. I'm going to pass it over to John to talk further. Thank you.
Thank you. So kind of closing out how this all comes together, program supports, building supports, operations, and the student success. The purpose and driver of all of the work is on behalf of students and ensuring our educators and building leaders, they have what they need to improve student learning outcomes based on their IEPs. So what we'll look at next is our inclusive education performance indicators, as referenced earlier, that support our work towards student success. So again, coming back to this visual of the overall framework, progress indicators, these are the plans that we referenced, the curriculum plan. Andrew gave some examples around that, assessment plan, instruction plan, and a systems plan. And then we have KPIs reflecting whether that work is having the intended effect or not. So these are the measures in which we're tracking the impacts of our work. They are structured within teaching and learning organizational results, student success, stakeholder confidence, program excellence, and quality systems. So student success, for example, do the IEPs themselves have the intended effect? Are we looking at student progress goals and seeing students making progress on IEP goals? Are staff supported in a way to implement IEPs, right? We have survey feedback that tells us, do you have what you need to support students for their futures? Do buildings have the capacity to support their students for our program excellence KPI? And then quality systems, that was what we referenced earlier around compliance. 97% of students have a current IEP, 98% it meets compliance standards. So tracking that number, boosting it up. So that's the overall framework of how we're organized and tackle our work. Next, we'll look at some of the opportunities we see based on the data we've received. So noticing across all three of those areas, program supports, building supports, and operations, one area there's a through line around implementation. So for example, Andrea shared on the curriculum plan that we're engaging in or we're executing. We can identify the curriculum. We've secured the curriculum, again, thanks to the support from the board. is it being implemented with fidelity at the building level to have the intended impact, right? So we're working on being in classrooms, supporting teachers, observing, supporting the implementation of that curriculum. The other one is around IEP implementation of those services. We know, in fact, they have the plan. We can look at the progress goals, but our ability to verify all of those services being delivered, we don't have a mechanism for that right now. We touched upon it a little bit through your questions earlier around staffing. If there's a paraeducator out, how do we know that the services prescribed in the IEP are delivered if there's a staff out, right? Buildings do have flexibility in moving their staff around. Teachers can regroup students, we can pull paras, but are they doing that? Can we attest to all of those IEPs being implemented 100% given the staffing shortages? So we're looking at, we're exploring platforms that would allow us to go in and say, these services perhaps were not met and we need to make that up for the family or the student. And then the third area of implementation is that building support. We've heard from 46% of our teachers have reached out and said, we need help either developing an IEP, implementing the IEP, supporting with problem behaviors. But what about the buildings we haven't heard from yet? You know, is it because they're functioning at 100% or they need support and they just haven't, you know, made that connection to reach out? So we want to make sure every building knows about our process for building supports and are accessing it if needed. And that we can see through this graphic here. You know, implementing our plans with fidelity, you know, is our curriculum being implemented, high leverage practices being demonstrated in the classroom? Are we tracking progress on our services? Can we verify those services are being delivered? And then the professional development being provided in a timely fashion if needed. And with that, we can take some questions.
Yeah, this morning I spent a long time talking to a parent that has been very involved in all of this for their students' academic life. And a couple of questions that she had, she really educated me on some things, was that during COVID, they thought that a lot of the kids had missed a lot of their IEP commitments, and was wondering if we actually had some numbers on how much was missed and how much was made up, and in what way we made it up, maybe through summer school or that. She was interested in that. The specific plan for making that up. She directed me to the OSPI site, and I do know how to get to that site about schools and looking at graduation rates, but I never really probably focused on our kids with special education graduation rates are not meeting even the state standards. And I'm not here to criticize. I appreciate the plan. I just want to know, what are we working on to get it better? And do you have a handle on how many minutes were lost and how they were made up and that sort of thing? If you could share that with me, please.
Sure. It's an excellent question, and I don't have the details offhand on number of students who require, it's called recovery services, to make up for learning loss during COVID. But OSPI did put out some guidance that we followed, handled at the local level, at the IEP team level. Once services resumed in person and IEP teams could capture where the student was, looking at the student's present levels of performance, and being able to identify what was lost and have a recommendation of how to make that up. We had recovery services offered and executed the last 2 summers. IEP teams are aware, or we have communicated out around what that process looks like for an IEP team to determine whether or not the student needed that. Not all students required it. Many students did. So we can go back and look at kind of the totality of what was served. But it's a good question going back to what we referenced earlier of what was missed, right? That's definitely an area it's an opportunity for us to be able to capture on an ongoing basis. COVID notwithstanding, you know, are our services being delivered to 100% all the time? So.
No, and I appreciate that, and I don't want to take up all your time. I've got 2 pages of questions, and we obviously don't have that much time, but one other area that I saw a lot of need in to bring up is, we're about ready to move our 6th graders, into our middle schools, and she was very concerned because it's a very different setup with kids with special needs in those areas and how their services are going to be delivered, and have we figured that into all this adjustment in our boundaries and moving kids up to middle school, and are we making some, and you can get back to me on any of this. It's not you have to know it tonight. These are just things that are out there.
I could speak to that a little bit. I also want to address your the last question around your high school graduation rates and what that looks like for Kent School District. And just want to call out, as a former high school administrator and also just somebody who's passionate about this work, those numbers online can be misleading in the sense that they're looking at on-time graduation. And what they define as on-time graduation is students are graduating within 4 years. And so we also know that we have students that are in school until they're 21, and that is on time for that student as designed in their plan. And that's one thing that's not reflected there, and it's a point of, I think, frustration. And I see some high school administrators here, and I'm sure that they can share in that feeling, and just want to call that out. So that is how that our students are graduating, but it's not broken out by level, and it's not broken out by, is that an on-time rate for all of our students? Because we know it's not. We have a lot of students in our top program. We have a lot of students who are also in our comprehensive high school programs that are over the age of 18 and who are in their program by design longer than 4 years. So I just wanted to call that out, just so that as you're looking at those numbers, that you know what that looks like in the frame of reference around students who qualify for special education services. Around the transition supports for the middle school and the new processes there, we know that with the boundaries and work around that, there's also a lot of committees. I'm participating on the middle school transitions committee with Randy Heath, and looking at that and what the supports our students need in that transition piece. And then also from the inclusive education perspective, we know that we're going to be adding programs, looking at adjusting things in places, and we know that there's a lot of professional development needs. There's a lot of needs around identifying like what the resources need that need to be shifted and or planned and purchased in advance so that teachers have what they need on the first day of school. And then also just making sure, like thinking about how students are transitioning, making sure that information is being transferred from the elementary school to the middle school, especially around students with special needs and what their needs are, and an opportunity to collaborate and talk and have those conversations to be best prepared.
Have there been any conversations about I understand there's a co-taught core classes that they use in these. Are we discussing that too in our, that we'll be offering this at all the middle schools, or can we offer it at all the middle schools?
Yeah, I can't speak to that being offered at all middle schools. It is a model that some of our schools are using where it is a co-taught class where there's an inclusive education teacher alongside a general education teacher and meeting the needs of students. But by design, I'm not able to speak to that right now.
I've got tons more questions, but I'm sorry.
And all I can say is, when we get this work session, really be nice if we could allocate more than 20 minutes or 15 minutes for questions, because we got 5 politicians here who have a lot of questions, and we like to speak. And it is not because we're trying to be, somebody, but we were trying to get the community's voice in here. And it is not enough time, and I've noticed that ever since I've been elected. The work sessions are presentation, and then only 15 minutes for questions. And if one person asks 4 or 5 questions, it's just impossible to answer all of the questions, because I have like a lot of questions that come up while you guys were doing this. So I really appreciate if we can, first, the data is one of the things I care about most, and that's just a snapshot, right? So if you guys can give us an access to where we can check it, would be nice, so that we can like understand what is that we're digesting, And then once we digest that data, then we have questions and we can ask the superintendent to pass it along to his staff so that we can get those answers, because we're better informed to answer the questions from the community. So therefore, we work together as what we said is student success. So I spoke too long, I'm sorry.
No, thank you, though, Director Farah, and we do want your questions, because part of this process is really to get us all to a place that we understand, at the same time, making sure that our community sees that we are doing these pieces. This doesn't have to be the last time we do a session with IE, and we have other programs that we'd like to share with our board as well, so.
I really liked the idea of a help desk. I know in private sector, we have help desks, right? And that targeted, like, what do I do now? Moment. And so I was wondering if you could expand on that idea a little bit. Is this a new concept within the district? And then I was also very much interested in the topic of questions, right? Because then there's a feedback loop of, here, this is a big one, so what can we do to make sure that we mitigate it going forward, so then, less of those come through. But it was a behavior problem was specifically called out in that. So I'd be interested in what are those interventions that are able to be done. I mean, I'm picturing it from over, in my world, where it's a phone call, and problem behavior and phone calls seem to not have a great mix there. And so if you could expand on that a little bit and talk a little bit more about that, that'd be great.
Absolutely, absolutely. And fortunate, I'm a pretty quick talker, but I'll try to be as clear as I can.
Okay.
Absolutely happy to talk about that. So I'm really fortunate to work very closely with that work. I lead that team around the help desk. So to your first bit, it's not brand new to IE. My understanding, actually predating me from a couple years ago, is that it actually started during the pandemic as a way to respond and support both families and our teachers in that setting. It's a really exciting concept at that point, like you said, not a new one in the world of things, but a great idea to have those responsive moments, especially in that time. Since then, it's grown a lot, and there's been some different stretches and moves to expand what those supports can look like. So initially with it starting with that team, particularly of our board certified behavior analysts and folks that were working on how do we support the family in the home, these transitions, things are hard, and now out to, we have this team of folks that can respond in a variety of ways. To your point about like the phone call versus, how does that look? It can vary. So some of our teachers might be calling and having a quick question and say, hey, really quick, need to know this. All the way to, I've got a really involved situation in my classroom, it's impacting my entire setting and schedule. And so our team absolutely goes out, they do observations, we have a tracking system and case notes that we all share, and we connect with our assistant directors, our teams do around that to support, like, is there something a principal can, step in and support with for this teacher, et cetera. We also have something called resource action plans. So to your point about something bigger, we have those, which are basically larger coaching cycles, and we create a plan with action steps and timelines, who's responsible for what those interventions are. It outlines very specifically what we're looking at. And so those are kind of our larger plans that we also are implementing. We have several of those that are already active this school year, and those were a new concept last year. Nice. That was the response to, let's expand what these resources look like and how we support our teams for those longer or more involved cases, classroom level, program level, how do we support a whole team in supporting our students? So yeah, variety of interventions. We have a ton of expertise on our team, from secondary and transition level to preschool, everybody in between around behavior supports, resource level instructional strategies, expert teachers. So I hope I gave you some of that.
No, I appreciate that. I
Totally.
very much believe, if you always do what you've always done, you're always going to get what you always got. And I like hearing the innovation and implementing different ideas. And some good things came out of COVID and the learnings that we got out of it. And so I love seeing how that was implemented into, what good can we take and move it forward. So thank you for that explanation.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
So can I get two quick examples of the introduction of new technology and how it has impacted students with physical disabilities?
Maybe adaptive technology.
Our assistive
potentially.
technology team, yeah. We have a team of folks, I mean, I can actually think of a couple examples. We have an assistive technology team, and so those folks respond to a variety of different requests. So it could be that we're looking at an individual student who communicates via augmentative or alternative communication. So that could be an iPad, or it could be a picture system. So that technology, right, being low tech to high tech, we do have a wide variety of options within that team supports. We also have a deaf and hard of hearing team. So we have an audiologist there that supports and is constantly looking at new technology for our students with hearing loss, as well as our vision team. And so there's some supports there that they utilize, a lot of technology to support those individual groups. Assistive tech has a broader reach and they can do a lot of different pieces. Do y'all have any specific other examples? Was that helpful? iPads for communication, yeah. So that would be something that our assistive tech team could support with. And they have a system too of, it's not a help desk specifically, but it's requests or forms that come in to say, hey, we're looking at this, or we need an assessment or support for the student. So those are some examples. I hope they were helpful.
Well, unfortunately, we're at 5:59. I do want to thank you for a great presentation. One of the parents did mention that they used to have a parent support group that you might be thinking about regrouping and doing. I just wanted to get that in. But thank you for all you do and a great presentation, and we're happy to have you tonight and want to hear from you more. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
And it is 6 o'clock, and we're going to adjourn the work session, and the work session is adjourned for an executive session for approximately 30 minutes. The purpose of this executive session is to evaluate the qualifications of applicants for public employment and to discuss with legal counsel potential litigation and the legal or financial risk of a course of action. We will be back. Good evening. I'd like to call the regular meeting to order. It is 6:30. Just one item that I'd like to announce. Vice President Bento is absent and excused. I'd also like to announce that Dr. Jewel Harmon, our Chief Accountability Officer, and Ms. Santello, Executive Assistant to the Board, will be attending the meeting via Zoom. We're on to 1.03, the roll call, and I'm going to call the board, and they will say if they're here or not, starting with, of course, Vice President Bento, who is absent and excused, Director Farah,
Present.
Director Margell,
Present.
Director Clark,
Here, present.
and of course, I'm here. And if you'd all please stand with Director Margell to say the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, welcome to the boardroom. Looks like we got a full house tonight. I'd love to see that. Just a few process for the audience participation that we're going to go through. The purpose of board meetings is for the board to conduct its business in public. During the meeting, the board will listen to, but not respond to comments from visitors. Individuals with items for the board or superintendent must provide the items directly to the safety services staff. Approaching the dais during the board meeting is not allowed. Any item turned in will be provided to the board and superintendent following the meeting. Those wishing to comment must complete a comment card and turn it in either before the meeting begins or no later than the beginning of the legislative update. No cards will be accepted once this report has begun. Visitors who have completed a comment card indicating a desire to speak to an agenda item will be called at that portion of the agenda. There is a brief delay in the live stream audio. We will allow for extra time for you to make your way to the boardroom if you are in the overflow room. When it is your turn to address the board, please state your name at the start of testimony. Public comments will be heard after the opening during preliminary communication from the audience, at specific agenda items, and during final communication from the audience. Students will be the first to speak on any topic. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. You will hear a timer when 3 minutes are up. Please do not use specific names of staff or students or personal identifiable information. Abusive public comments personally directed towards staff or board members will not be tolerated. The president may interrupt or terminate an individual statement when it is too lengthy, obscene, or irrelevant. Per board procedure, written material to provide board members with background information should be submitted to the superintendent's office at least 1 week in advance of the meeting. We are now I'd like to invite Director Fair to read the land acknowledgement. Director Fair.
All right. We acknowledge we are gathered upon the ancestral lands of the Muckleshoot Indian tribe, who historically lived throughout the area between the Cascade Mountains and Puget Sound.
All right, we're now on to, did I skip a page? No, I'm okay. All right, we're on to 1.07. All right, that's what I thought. Okay, I'd like to ask Superintendent Vela if there are any changes to the agenda.
Thank you, President Amata. There are 3 changes to the consent agenda with the addition of items 11.11, gift acceptance, item 11.12, Kent Schools Foundation Classroom Enrichment Grants Acceptance, And item 11.13, Laura Bush Foundation Book Grant Application.
Move approval of the agenda plus the aforementioned 3 items.
Second.
Discussion. Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approving the agenda with the 3 exceptions signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 2.0, recognition. And 2.01, Proclamation American Education Week. I'd like to call on Director Margell, please.
I am excited to read this one. This is a Kent School District Proclamation of American Education Week. Whereas public education is the backbone of our democracy, providing young people with the tools they need to maintain our nation's precious values of freedom, civility, and equality. And whereas by equipping young students with both academic and social growth, schools give them hope for and equitable access to a productive future, and whereas public education employees, be they teachers, guest teachers, higher education faculty and staff, custodians, administrators, bus drivers, clerical staff, food service professionals, skilled trade workers, health and student service workers, security guards, technical employees, librarians, education support professionals, or other support staff work tirelessly to serve our children and communities with care and professionalism. And whereas public schools are the foundations of neighborhoods and communities, bringing together parents and children, educators and volunteers, business leaders, and elected officials in a common purpose. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Directors of Kent School District proclaims the week of November 13th through 19th, 2022 as American Education Week in the Kent School District and urges all citizens to join in this observance. Signed this 9th day of November, 2022.
Point of privilege, I'd like to have us all give all the people that are involved in that a hand right now. And you're all in this room, you know what you do every day, and we thank you for it very much. And we're on to 2.02, our proclamation on National Native American Heritage Month. Director Farah.
Yes, thank you. This is Kent School District Proclamation for National Native American Heritage Month. Whereas the history and culture of our great nation have been significantly influenced by America's Native Americans and indigenous peoples. And whereas the contributions of America's Native American have enhanced the freedom, prosperity, and greatness of America today. And whereas their customs, traditions, and respect and celebrated as part of rich legacy throughout the United States. And whereas Native Americans Awareness Week began 1976 and recognition was expanded by the Congress and approved by the President George H. Bush in August 1990, designating the month of November as National American Indian Heritage Month. Proclamations under variants and on the name including Native Americans Heritage Month, the National American Indian and Alaska Native Heritage Month have been issued each year since 1994. And whereas in honor of National American Heritage Month, community celebrations, as well as numerous cultural, artistic, and educational and historical activities have been planned. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Directors and the Kent School District proclaims that month of November as a National Native American Heritage Month in the Kent School District and urges all citizens to join in this observance. Since signed by 9th day of November 2022 by Board Directors and Israel Vela, Secretary of Board, point of privilege. I was reading this and I just couldn't help to wonder, it took until 1976 to do this. This breaks my heart. It really does. And I want to just say that it was hard for me to read this. And if there's any American native, I apologize to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Farah, and I hope we can all participate in anything that's going on in our schools or in our community to celebrate that in a special way, because it's extremely important that they're finally getting that recognition that they for so long have definitely needed, like many of our people here have. And we're on to 2.03, a proclamation on National School Psychology Week, and Director Clark.
If I can, I'm going to take a point of personal privilege on this. I'm married to a school psychologist, and before I married her, I found myself as a classroom teacher sitting across the table negotiating with her on an IEP plan for a student. And I know in the job description it says the school psychologist shall be an advocate for the child. I can assure you she was very effective. But what I'm driving at is something that we sometimes just step away from. The slogan up there says successfully preparing all students for their future. And the fact is, we take every child in the community that comes to our doorstep and we begin a process of trying to help them develop. And that requires, among other things, the ability to assess skills and barriers and handicaps so that we can get the right kind of program to help those students become successful. To do that, become a school psychologist requires that you have to master, first of all, national standards in terms of where the appropriate placement is, and then you have to master the implementation of the tools and tests used to score and evaluate students to get them into the appropriate locale. So that means that you deal with the student in terms of where they're at, and you deal with the households. And I mention that because I found myself driving my wife to an apartment building at 9 o'clock at night, because that signature has to be acquired to get that parent's response to meet all that paperwork. So they are the type of people that very simply care very deeply about students, and they know the rigors of student success. The reality is, when you bring your child into our school district, you will in fact be expecting that each year there is incremental growth, so that when they have completed the course of action, they are on their pathway to finding out exactly what they want to become. So with that, I'll read the proclamation. Whereas one of Kent School District's goals is to prepare all students to be college and career ready by collaborating and consulting with staff and families on best practices that will help advance student achievement. And whereas school psychologists have expertise in mental health and learning and behavior, which helps students succeed academically, behaviorally, emotionally, and socially. Whereas data assessments are collected through evaluations conducted by school psychologists by building rapport and trust with the students, and whereas school psychologists help students develop their individual abilities to be self-regulated learners, which include setting individual learning goals, designing a learning process to achieve those specific goals, and assessing the results to determine if the goals were achieved. And whereas National School Psychology Week is an opportunity to raise public awareness of the importance of having psychologists, parents, and so forth at each school to help all children and youth become the best students they can be. And whereas this year's theme is Together We Shine, which is derived from how we see hope after several challenging years. We have all faced difficulties created by the pandemic, social injustice and inequity, economic stress, and challenges to mental and physical health. For some, it has been a time of real darkness, and finding light is critical to building resilience and hope. Now for the resolved, the Kent School District Board of Directors proclaims November 7th through 11th, 2022 as National School Psychology Week and urges all citizens to recognize the importance of school psychologists to guide this generation and provide future generations a better chance for success. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Clark. Do we by any chance have any school psychologists in the room tonight that would like to self-identify? Oh, okay. Well, we certainly appreciate every one of you out there. All right, we're on to 3.0, the preliminary communication from the audience, in-person comments, and first of all,
Mr. Mpana, if I may, I would like Ms. Santello to just kind of review the process tonight.
Of course.
Just for clarity for our community, just to make sure everyone gets an opportunity and knows what's coming up next. So Ms. Santello?
Yes, good evening, President Hamada, members of the board, and Superintendent Vela, and Ms. Hawley. Specific to this meeting, there are two opportunities for the public to make comment this evening. The first opportunity, which is the same as every regular board meeting, an individual may make one comment for up to 3 minutes. This comment can be on any topic, whether on the agenda or not. But again, the total time period for this one comment is 3 minutes. This evening is unique in that there is a second opportunity for comment as we are holding a public hearing specific to the 2023 boundary changes. If a person wishes to make a comment specific to 2023 boundary changes, they need to submit a separate card for agenda item 8.01, which is the public hearing for the boundary changes. So, recap for tonight's meeting, a total of 2 comments can be made per person. One 3-minute comment on any topic, whether on the agenda or not as per usual, and one comment specific for the 2023 boundary changes during the public hearing section at 8.01. A separate card is needed for each comment. On that note, I will share, we do have 2 online public comments submitted for this evening. Neither are from students. However, I'll first defer to Ms. Hawley for any cards submitted for in-person comments to be made. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Santello. President Hamada?
yeah, and we do have some in-person, so we're going to go with that. First up, I have grade Markmans, grazed Rosetta, Marzan. Help me.
This is grade.
Oh, that's, excuse me. Here's the name. Forgive me, it's on the other side. The first name is Jaden Phillips.
Yeah, come on up.
Jaden Phillips, come on up. And you want to talk about that agenda, the microphone's over
Right
there.
there, yeah.
Microphone's right there.
You don't know? You sure? You'll be good. Yeah. Don't worry about it.
I don't really know what to say.
What was your topic on?
I talked about 6th grade moving up to middle school.
What do you think about it?
I think it would be a good change to the Kent School District because, sorry, I think that would cut down on elementary school, the amount of students there, maybe, but it could be negative in a way because middle schoolers aren't, the best. So it could cause more problems within the middle school, but it could help with elementary school. And having to do with the age gap as well. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good
Thank you.
job.
Next up is Megan, either Henny or Benny.
I don't really know what to say either. I was going to talk about the counseling and like psychologists in school. I think definitely have it be more as like, sorry. Have like the school psychologists are there, but not everyone uses them to their capability. And I think having a way to know that they are going to be there for you and not like tell it out to the world and it's just private between you and your counselor would help a lot instead of, yeah. I think that's all I have to say.
No, that's good.
Thank you.
Good job.
Good, thank you. And this is Alder Patterson.
Go ahead.
Come on
Go
up.
ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Aiden Patterson, and I would like to speak on reduced or free lunches. And basically, I thought that it was a good idea to have an opportunity for some people with financial struggles to have reduced lunch, because I've noticed, I put lunch into my account, and I've kind of noticed how pricey it is, because I put in about like $20 a week, and it drains pretty fast. But yeah, that's all I have to speak about.
Thank you.
Good,
Good
thank
job.
you. Okay, Isaiah Guzman.
Hi, my name is Isaiah, and I have a comment regarding school lunchtime, which is 30 minutes. And many of my friends and I agree that that time period is just too short for students to have a break from their classes and enjoy their lunch without being in a rush. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next up is Benny Bogart.
Hi, I'm Benny. I work at my school's daycare. I get paid by the Kent School District. Last year, I would get paid $13 an hour, though because of the minimum wage increase, $14, and next year, I believe it'll be $15. Though I work in the daycare, I notice like, oh, teachers get more, and I'm basically teaching all these like daycare kids and everything. So maybe hiring or increasing the amount of money I get paid. I'm maybe there 9.5 hours a week, and especially on teacher workshop days, I'm there for like an extra 9 hours, and I get paid monthly, so it doesn't really cover for me until the end of the month. I haven't got my first paycheck in like 3 months. I've been working since August. So I have to work another job plus babysitting, so increasing like the amount of money I would get to working per hour would be great. That'd be all. Thank you.
Good job.
Looks like Tarek Peach.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. My name is T-Rock Pitch, and I think my topic was free and reduced lunch, but I kind of would want to change it to nutritional value of lunches. So first of all, once you get your lunch, you don't know what nutrition you're going to get, like what's the nutritional facts on the lunch. So first, I would like add like those nutritional facts on-site lunches. See what you're getting exactly. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. Next up is Babette Gavant. Help me in the pronunciation, please, if I'm incorrect.
I'm not sure. Can I talk about like just problems that are occurring in school? Okay, so I would like to talk about the vaping problems in school. So every day, not every day, but like so often, I go to the bathrooms, whether it be in the morning or in the lunches or after school, and I would always smell something or see people vaping, and I know it's vape because like I could just smell it, and I would just like to put awareness for it because like first of all, vaping is just really bad in general, and to think that this would just be allowed in schools and just like, I guess like people like sneaking vapes in, I guess it's just kind of like weird, and like I feel like it should just be like more secure and just a safer place for people. That's what all I would like to say.
Good job.
Thank you. Next up is Shannon Jack.
Hello, I'm Shannon Jex, and I wanted to share a little bit of my experience serving on the Boundary Committee. On January 3rd of this year, a Matza Middle School Peach Jar announcement arrived in my inbox that contained the announcement that the district was accepting applications to be a part of the Boundary Change Advisory Committee. There was not an exclusive invitation given to me like some social media posts allude to. This application was sent to all who took the time to read it and open to all parents and guardians to apply to. It also mentioned wanting a diverse committee. As an alumnus of the Kent School District, a 33-year resident of Kent, a parent of a high school, middle school, and elementary student, I quickly applied. I was not selected. I was chosen as an alternate and gladly jumped at the opportunity when it came available. I originally applied because I had a bit of passion about keeping kids with their peers. As a student in the 90s that got bumped around, second grade one school, third and fourth another, fifth and sixth another, that was my main passion of being part of the committee. I always felt like the new kid, and oftentimes I'd come home and tell my parents I didn't have friends because I didn't know anyone and school was too hard. What I didn't know as a young kid was that experience of shifting school boundaries would help bring me out of my shell and expand my social circle. Volunteering in my children's elementary classrooms the past 10 years has opened my eyes to the energy and commitment of the teachers of KSD. The teacher strike this year reflected that class size is an issue for many schools in our district and that some of our teachers are stretched too thin. This is not the experience in every classroom in KSD, but it is the reality for many, especially our high-impact schools. While serving on the committee, I learned how disproportionately balanced our schools have been. Schools that have the space are being underutilized because of where they sit geographically. Our high-impact schools are bursting at the seams, while staff are trying their best to serve these students that deserve the same educational opportunities. Our underutilized schools are lacking programs that add variety to our students' educational experience, all because they lack the student population to fund them. As I learned about the situations that exist in the 4 high schools, it became clear to me that determining boundaries is about so much more than keeping peers together and sending kids to the closest school to their home. Throughout this process, every student in the KSD was thought about and considered, not only during our committee meetings, but as we were asked to study various recommendations. We were shown maps of where students reside and tried our very best to keep peer groups together. Committee members reached out to their communities and brought information back to the committee that helped us make different recommendations. Equity is one of the values that KSD tries to uphold, and the best way to provide an equitable educational opportunity for our students is to balance the capacity with the current recommendations. All of our students deserve the same educational opportunities. All of our teachers deserve class sizes that are reasonable with time in the day to plan and prepare. Overflowing schools equal overflowing classrooms, which equal overworked teachers. I have to argue that these recommendations seem fair to all the students, staff of KSD. And I will close with that because my time is up.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next up is Scott Quinn.
Madam President, Directors of the Kent School District, Superintendent Villa, greetings. Kent School District has an extensive and successful library program with fully trained and certificated teacher librarians and technology integration specialists in every school. Within those schools, we perform a myriad of duties supporting the entire school community, both students and staff. Our mandate from the state includes collaborating with and training teachers and other school staff to help them better serve our students in teaching the standards, providing instructions to students and staff on the effective use of educational technologies, working with staff and students to instruct information and media literacy and digital citizenship, directly helping students and staff to efficiently and effectively access high-quality information, both through providing it as well as instruction techniques to locate and evaluate information, and building a culture of reading in our school communities. We work with and support our entire school community as a forward-facing service of the schools, not as a secondary or backroom service. Librarians have a great responsibility, and therefore we have a strong code of professional ethics. We ensure that we provide our patrons with accurate, useful, safe, and meaningful resources from a collection that is tailored to meet the needs of our schools and students. Kent School District is currently rewriting their policies and procedures dealing with school libraries. As professionals trained in librarianship, we ask to be involved in the process and to share with the board and district administration what we do, how we do it, and why, so that we can build policies and procedures that make the library program an exemplar of the district goals of equity, excellence, and community, as well as preparing all students for their future. I would like to extend again the invitation for all the board members and district administration to visit the libraries and our call to discuss the programs together so that we may understand each other better. I would welcome any of you at Meeker or via Zoom, and I know there are many other librarians who would welcome the opportunity to meet and work with you more directly. Thank you.
Thank you.
And before we go on, and we'll have more comments coming on, I am not supposed to allow you guys to clap, even though I know we've been trying to encourage our kids to do that. And I know I'm going to be called on the carpet that I've given privilege tonight. So I would greatly appreciate it if we, from now on, don't clap and do what we're supposed to do, just quietly sit there. So I need your help tonight. And we have 2 comments online because I don't want to get in trouble here, okay? And Ms. Zentella is going to read them, I believe.
Yes, thank you, President Hamada, members of the board, and Superintendent Vella and Ms. Hawley. 2 online comments submitted to be read this evening, and the first is submitted by Gavin Downing. I am glad to see that the district is revising and updating Policy 2021, which is badly in need of a refresh to make it current. I think it important to note, however, that librarians are trained in crafting library policies that can help assure our libraries reflect the diversity of our district while maintaining a collection that is free of harmful misinformation. Trained and endorsed teacher librarians have had the specialized training in these areas that others lack and should be heard to help avoid dangerous pitfalls. I would also encourage a robust policy that is very specific, avoiding vague elements that could cause issues down the line or that would let the program stagnate. No less than the Supreme Court of the United States has long held the important role that school libraries play in independent growth and research, and studies have proven over and over again that that a healthy school library pays massive dividends to every other area of student growth, education, health, and well-being. It is so important to get this right. Kent School District has a chance to become a leader in this area, or we could end up trailing further behind so many others. The district librarians would love to help make sure we get this right. Please assure our voices are heard in writing this policy. The next comment, and this is the only other comment submitted online to be read this evening, was submitted by Darren Hewson. KSD Board and Superintendent Vela, I am happy to see that you are looking at revising and updating Policy 2021P to better respond to challenges of free speech while still making sure that people are heard and informed about why decisions are made about library collections that differ from curriculum. Last spring, I met with members of the Washington legislature who were very concerned about making sure our state provides a safeguard for libraries as repository that protects both choice and free speech while maintaining integrity and diversity. We talked about creating a working group with librarians as trained experts to help look into how the state can protect school libraries the way that it and the Supreme Court already protect other public libraries. I would love to see the Kent School District lead the way in creating a policy that can help address these protections, and I would hope that you will lean on your trained and certificated librarians as you work through these changes. That was the final online public comment for the evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ventola. We're on to 4.0, the superintendent's report, and I'd like to call on Superintendent Vela.
Thank you, President Hamada. Before I begin my report this evening, if there are any veterans in the boardroom today, would you please stand? Please remain standing. I want to just take a few moments to let you know that Veterans Day honors American veterans for their patriotism, love of country, and willingness to serve and sacrifice for the common good. On behalf of myself, our school board, and the entire school district, I want to thank you for your service to our country. Let's give them another round of applause. As we continue our work to build bridges by listening to every student, every voice, every day, I was privileged to attend a Kent City Council meeting where 2 KSD high school students met with Representative Tina Orwell. They were Janice Clemens from Kentwood High School and Breonna Knight from Kent Ridge High School. They provided ideas and feedback on an initiative to build more regional and state support for the mental health and well-being of young people. We are proud of these students and will continue to elevate student voice to inform decisions made for and about students in our state. As stated already, we are building bridges by listening. The Boundary Change Review Committee invited our community to attend our listening sessions regarding the boundary proposal and recommendations. I want to thank again our families and staff members who came to one or more listening sessions to share their input or seek additional information. Based on input from our community, the boundary recommendations have been adjusted more than 4 times since then. The last being on on Friday, November 4th, and then posted on our website, and we continue to do so. These recommendations are before you this evening, which were created after an in-depth review and many months of meetings by the Boundary Change Committee. Along with the input from our community, I stand behind these recommendations because I believe they are crucial to providing the best possible outcomes for the future success of our students across our district. I fully recognize that whatever decision is made about the boundary changes, that not everyone will be satisfied. However, I also know our decisions and actions are student-centered, future-focused, and consider everyone impacted. It is what is best for the entire district to move forward with our goals in providing each student opportunities to grow and succeed. To that end, I have an update on the 6th grade to middle school transition plans. Our teams are working hard to facilitate the best possible transition process for our students. A survey is being sent to 4th, 5th, and 6th grade students to include their voice and input in this process. There will also be a survey for 7th grade students about their elementary to middle school transition. In addition, families will receive a survey to provide an opportunity for their ideas and suggestions on the transition process. We know this adjustment may be difficult for some students, and we will keep our students' well-being at the center of our decision-making. This month, we celebrate Native American Heritage Month and continue to celebrate the beautiful diversity of our district and work to ensure students and staff feel welcome and safe in our classrooms, schools, and buildings. We recognize the many diverse Indigenous peoples connected to this land on which we gather as we remember, honor, and celebrate the vibrant and powerful Native descendants, families, and communities that thrive to this day in our country. On an incredibly sad note, our thoughts and prayers are with the Seattle Public Schools, specifically Ingram High School students, families, and staff as they navigate this tragic incident that included the death of a student. We send our deepest sympathies to the victim's family and the Seattle school community. I was able to communicate with Superintendent Dr. Brent Jones as well. In closing, I want to express how grateful I am for the time and talent that our incredible educators share with our students and families. I thank our teachers, paraeducators, school-based administrators, and our support staff at each of our schools, and our central office staff and leaders. I am also grateful for each one of our board members and their time and talents gifted to the members of this community. Also, for our collaboration and continued efforts in establishing aligned goals that results in successfully preparing all students for their futures. I thank you. It can feel good to pause and consider the things that we're grateful for. I would like to offer a gratitude challenge for the remaining days in November. That is to ask you and each member of our community to pause just for a moment each day and think about one thing that you are thankful for. Please use the hashtag KSD Gratitude Challenge to upload photos or express your gratitude. At this time of the year, we also need to consider those that require additional support and how we may be a resource to those in need. Our holiday resources page has been updated with local community organizations that offer Thanksgiving meals and food. Please find information posted on school and district websites. I look forward to continuing to work together to achieve our district's mission and vision. And remember, our focus for this year is building bridges, every student, every voice, every day. Thank you for your continued partnership. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Superintendent Villa. We're on to 5.0. And I do want to make an announcement again that our remaining comment cards need to be turned in to the blue box at the back of the room at this time. So if anybody has a pending desire to speak and hasn't done it, fill out that blue card rapidly because your time is done, okay? All righty. I now like to call on Director Fair to give the legislative update.
Nice. Thank you, President Hamada. I just went and spoke to few of the legislative rep of other districts, and we would like to schedule, now that the campaign is over, and now that we probably will know in a few days who the winners are of the state reps, to make sure that we communicate to them what is the priority of the WASDA and the specific priority of Kent School District that we've put together. And all of the things that we've indicated and also communicated to WASDA has been all put together, and they kind of made a very composed document to be able to communicate. For example, one of the legislative priority for the WASDA legislative desires are meet the requirements of special education. As you've seen tonight, the work session, it's very complex. There's so many moving parts that special ed needs, and we need to make sure that we meet that requirement, because every child is unique. Every child needs a special needs. Not one single way, can be supported in two different families. Each family has their own needs. The needs are much different than, even families that are affluent families that really know how to maneuver the system, still have issues to make sure that their child gets the support they need, let alone families that are not aware of what are the ways to make sure that their child gets the support. Another one is provide the needed resource for ample, equitable, and stable education. We know that that the dollars that we get for things like advancing career and technical education programs, that caught my eye because I'm a technical person, but those are the things that we really need to make sure that our kids are supported, and that when they graduate from high school, they are ready to have a career, even if they don't want to go to college. And to know that does not end just because they graduated. We need to know 3 years after they graduate how they have done. That is how we can measure the success of how we prepare them to be ready for the career that they desire to do. Another one that is that our kids said that tonight is feed the students. It is something that is a burden to many, many parents, regardless of income. So to do that, we have to make sure that no student is hungry. Safety, another one. How does the student feel safe in the school vicinity? I'm sure many of us witnessed that. So those are the things that I'll make sure that the legislative reps hear from us and understand that this is important, and that we have to make sure that basic education is fully funded. It's not just words that's written on a piece of paper, but we put our priorities and the amount of dollar we allocate. So those are the things that I'm looking forward to meeting with the legislative reps that we have in this district, and report back on the next legislative update. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Farah. We're on to 6.0, our presentations. And 6.01, Sioux Creek Elementary Early Childhood Special Education. And I'm going to call on Superintendent for introduction.
Thank you, President Hamada, members of the board. Excited again to bring you some of the great things going on around our district. And so I'm going to be quiet, just introduce now Mr. Randy Heath, Associate Superintendent of Schools and Academic Support, who will begin our presentation and introduce our guests.
Absolutely. Welcome, President Hamada, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Santello, Ms. Howley. It's as we started working with our executive directors of learning improvement, who spend a lot of times out in our schools, we talked earlier this year about our goal to highlight some of the wonderful things that are happening in our schools involving teaching and learning. And so we last month, you heard from our top program, and this month, that was kind of at the end, in terms of graduation-wise, and tonight we're going to hear where it all starts in the beginning. And so I'm going to hand this over to Patty Drobny, who is the Executive Director of Learning Improvement in the strand that covers Seuss Creek, and she's going to introduce the rest of the presenters, and they'll present away.
Thank you, Randy. President Hamada, members of the board, Superintendent Vela. I had these great notes to say about the early childhood program, and Randy just said them. So I'm going to change a little bit on what I was going to say. So I personally have had the privilege of being a principal at 2 schools in Kent that had this program. I continue to be amazed at the positive impact that our teachers have on our students. And I invite you, if you have not seen one of the classes, go join one. The preschool programs are truly inspirational. They're busy. Mm-hmm. They're very differentiated, mm-hmm. and they're joyful. So I would encourage you to go see one. I do have to say it's a privilege to have Carolyn Harkins, who you'll meet in just a moment. I'm sorry, I know I took yours now. Because years ago I saw the amazing work that she was doing when I was principal at Seuss Creek, and I asked her to share some of her great strategies with the staff, and I'm not exaggerating when I say she turned beet red and I thought she was going to run out to the parking lot. And so just the fact that she's here tonight willing to share the work that she does with you, I'm truly grateful, and I think you're going to enjoy what you see. So at this point I'd like to introduce Mr. Brian Gothier, the principal at Seuss Creek and an advocate for the students, the families, and the staff in the early childhood special ed program. Brian?
Thank you, Mrs. Drobny. My name is Brian Gothier, President Hamada, Directors of the Board, Superintendent Vela. It's great to be here. Like Patty said, I am the principal at Seuss Creek. This is my 8th year, and I have the privilege to step into the classroom and watch Carolyn Harkins do her thing day in and day out. She has been there much longer than I have, so I take very, very, very little credit for any of this. But I do know that she is the first person and group of people that advocate for students in our district amongst all the other preschool teachers in the district. So following the top presentation you saw last week, we want to show you where it all begins. So without further ado, this is Miss Carolyn Harkins.
Yay, Queen Teach. Good evening. It's an honor to be here tonight to share my program, or my classroom, and the developmental preschool program with you at Seuss Creek. My name is Carolyn Harkins, and I have been teaching in the Kent School District for 26 years. This is my 26th year. All of my years have been in preschool. I have 4 of my own children. I have 3 daughters. They're 9, 7, 6, and a son who is 4. All of my children attend Seuss Creek, which is one of the benefits of being a staff, that my kids get to be with me every day. All 4 of my children have attended the early childhood program in some capacity. 3 of them on IEPs, 1 of them as a peer model, and that's them right there. And then they currently attend Seuss Creek, and I have a child in the integrated program at Seuss Creek receiving services. I have a child that continues work in the preschool program, and then I have a child in the LINK program at Seuss Creek. I received my undergrad degree at Washington State University. I have a master's degree in educational technology, and I have a second master's in applied behavior analysis or special education from the University of Washington. Our motto in preschool is that we are terrific and we can do hard things. That is something that we say frequently in preschool. We believe that our children thrive in an environment that provides them structure, boundaries, the chance to make safe choices in the comfort of a routine, and a place to make mistakes and learn from them. Our classroom is rich in language and motor acquisition, and addresses all developmental areas. So we're working with kids on social, cognitive, gross motor, fine motor, communication, and adaptive or self-help skills every day. We want to make sure that we're supporting and educating the whole child, focusing on the skills needed to be independent, motivated, and successful lifelong learners. Language in the preschool classroom looks a lot like things like using picture systems. Some of our kids use iPads with communication applications in order to communicate with peers and us. We use core boards, basic sign language, visual systems, and then work really closely with our support staff in order to provide for our kids' needs. Our motor things include things like motor breaks, sensory supports, adapted furniture, and then adapted writing utensils or whatever is needed for the child to be successful. The longest part of this is our family involvement, and it's an invaluable asset in the education of every child. We work together to build supportive and collaborative relationships with family members and outside agencies. We recognize our families this is their first experience with the district, and we aim to make the experience welcoming, safe, and supportive. We do family engagement, so family nights that families can come and learn different strategies. We do make and take nights. We've done family field trips on Wednesdays when we don't have school, parent trainings. We have a class app where parents have direct access to us in order to ask questions or get support or needed, if they need resources, supplies, food, clothing, anything that we can help them tap into those resources. And we work closely with outside agencies to align programs for our students. So you might be asking, what is ECSE? ECSE is an acronym for Early Childhood Special Education. Also, sometimes is referred to as developmental preschool. KSD currently has 7 ECSE sites in the district, and they're at a variety of our schools, kind of spread out. Sorry, I lost my spot. We currently, based on contract language, we have places for 300 students with IEPs to attend our developmental preschool program in KSD. And as of the November 1st count, we are servicing 189 students with IEPs in our preschool programs across the district. Our developmental classrooms provide services for children ages 3 to 5 with a variety of disabilities, as well as community peers. Peer models are neurotypical peers that come from our community. We often have siblings of children at our school, other children, local children from the neighborhood, or extended family members who have heard about us from other people who will drive their kids in. And we've found the program to be beneficial to all involved. Many of our kids transition through Sioux Creek together as a friend group, looking out for each other. We do use a district-approved curriculum to teach foundational skills needed for successful transition into kindergarten. Learning Without Tears is our curriculum that was just approved by the board, so it's brand new to us this year, and we're navigating that all together. Who we are right now in my class, so this is my classroom specifically. I have 11 students with in my AM class and 12 as of Wednesday or Tuesday in my afternoon class. Based on our contract, we can have 10 students with IEPs in each session, and we can go up to 5 over that cap. Our classrooms include 2 to 4 neurotypical peers from the community. We have we're staffed at 1 teacher and 2 paras. And when we're at capacity, we're at a staff or a student ratio of about 1 to 4 to 1 to 6, depending on how many typical peers are in our classrooms. We provide specially designed instruction for children with a variety of disabilities. So we have children in our classrooms with communication disorders, autism, students with rare conditions or intense medical needs, developmental delays, genetic conditions, mental health or trauma backgrounds. So we service all of the kids that kind of span out into our other programs in the district all together in preschool, and then we help navigate where they need to go next. After preschool students access after they leave us, they access a variety of programs. Oftentimes we have exited children from services. So early intervention has done its job and the kids are ready to go out with their peers. Lots of our kids transition into IP. Some will do Link Support Center or Adaptive Support Center depending on their needs. And that we hold transition meetings for graduating kids in the spring and help families to navigate their new environment. So that's a part of our job. We follow up in the fall by going out to the the schools where our kids have transitioned and working with the teams to make sure that the kids have their needs met in their new setting. Who is in the classroom besides me and our paras? So we team closely with our ESAs or our support staff. So we work closely with occupational therapy, physical therapists, speech therapists. Currently this year I have a one-on-one nurse that's in my classroom daily. I also have a BCBA working in my classroom with me daily. And then I also have a one-on-one para working with a child in my classroom daily. Our therapists and our support staff provide a combination of in-class support as well as pull-out based on individual student needs. And we work closely as a team to make sure the child has all services and routines coordinated. And our team meets bi-weekly in order to make sure that we are on the same page and providing kids with what they need. Children access the program in our developmental preschool program in Kent through a variety of ways. Birth to 3 services is a state mandated service and federal that sends kids to us through birth to 3. On their 3rd birthday, they are legally obligated. We are legally obligated to begin providing services in the school district. So we have kids joining our program all throughout the school year on their 3rd birthday. We also have child find screenings that are district-sponsored screenings. And we also have direct referrals by families, classroom staff. So sometimes peers who are in the program will get referred in for services, and then community members or medical professionals are also able to refer students to us. And then I thought this was important just based on what we've been through as a community, as a world over the last couple of years. Our focus in preschool in the area of social skills has really taken a forefront to everything else. We know that students cannot learn or engage when they're not regulated, when they don't feel safe, when they don't have basic needs met. So that is our priority first, is to make sure that our students have what they need. So social emotional learning, like I said, is our priority. I make sure that I am the first one to greet the students as they arrive at school every day. So I'm greeting kids at the door who are being dropped off by parents. I am the first person they see when they get off the bus. I have made that a priority for myself so that they have that connection. Our morning meeting, we have morning meeting just like every other grade level. So we try to teach them that language as 3-year-olds all the way through so that they're familiar with that. Our morning meeting starts every day with our Superstar Way. So they know the same motto that all the other students at our school know. And a set of daily affirmations, which includes the tag phrase, "We can do hard things." And that is heard frequently within the classroom when kids start to whine or are struggling and having a hard time. We can remind them, hey, what can we do? And the kids will say, we can do hard things. So something that we're hoping they can take with them as they grow and learn. And then we practice emotions, greetings, problem solving, and how to use strategies. So we want to make sure that kids have a way to stay calm and regulated in order to be able to learn. And then we introduce the academic things. So. We learn through play. So like I said at the beginning, we address all these areas: fine motor, gross motor, adaptive, cognitive. And cognitive is kind of broken into 2 areas. So we're looking at our academic areas, our ELA, math, social studies, science. We have all of those areas just like all of the other grade levels, just pared down for our kids developmentally. We also work on problem solving and logic, work on social communication, so how to get along with others, how to get wants and needs met, how to advocate for yourself, and then friendship skills, how to get along with other people. This is just so you kind of get a snapshot of what our day looks like. So we do have a part of our day that is our small group time is our academic time. So the kids are broken into 3 groups, and they're working on reading, literacy, they're working on math and science, and they're working on social skills, specifically in those targeted times. And then the rest of their day is kind of, we have recess, snack, those kinds of fun things. And then make sure that we also build in student-directed time so that they are able to have some control over what is going on in their day and what they want to learn. Thank you for the opportunity to share my program and my classroom with all of you. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I would like to invite any and all of you to come see us in action. We've had people visit and think that we're very scary because it looks a little chaotic, but we're a lot of fun, and the kids are used to having visitors, so we would love to have you anytime. Thank you for this opportunity tonight.
Yes. Quick question. what is neurotypical community peers?
What?
Neurotypical community peers.
Neurotypical, so that is just, so they're children who do not have an identified disability.
Okay.
So they're children that will provide social and communication models for our children with disabilities. So they are able to model what a typical 3 or 4-year-old might
Be okay.
how they might talk or how they might interact with others. And we're able to use them as models for our kids who don't have language or don't have the capacity at that time to interact with their peers.
Well, I had the privilege of going to one out at Cedar Valley Elementary, and it was fun. And I would like to come again. I love to be with the littles, and I think it's such a great opportunity to get the kids as young as we can. And I'm wondering, when you said we have a capacity of 300 and we only have 189, I know there's got to be more kids out there that fill those positions. How do we do a better job of getting the word out?
That's a great question. I think part of those numbers is that we grow continuously throughout the school year. So like I said, I mean, I had my presentation all set with my numbers, and then I had a new student start on Tuesday. I have another one coming next Monday. I think that we're growing as kids turn 3 and are coming into the program. We're growing. I think that COVID had some impact on parents accessing the program because they're worried about having really small children in a large group of kids. And so we're working with our communities in order to help support parents and kids in getting them in school. I know that we as a district have increased the amount of child finds that we're offering, and so we're trying to fill those slots and find kids that might need our extra assistance. And I know that we're also doing some canvassing out in the community, not canvassing, I don't know what the right word is, but with medical providers or people that we work closely with to keep an eye out for kids who might need to be referred or have access to resources.
And how are we reaching our kids that sometimes their families have language issues or wouldn't traditionally be at certain places? I mean, are we actually going into their communities and finding their community leaders and kind of talking about this? Or, I know that's another whole set of obligations, but I'm wondering if we ventured into that area.
So I can share just a little bit of, because I've actually done this before. The child find, our team will use interpreters to reach out to families. I know I've done that myself and reached out to our Spanish-speaking families. And it's just like you heard today, you build relationships and you also share the types of programs. You talk about their children, about, how are they doing? What are some of the needs? Things like that. But it's really about building relationships, and it's utilizing our interpreters to be able to support us and to understand the program that you heard today, to really highlight it for them to see it's not a scary place and this is something that is going to benefit your children. So I'll stop there, but that's one way that we do that.
We often have families will talk to the other families in their community or their cultural group that they're a part of. So they'll say, we went through this process and my child is getting these great services and it's been a really positive experience. And so we're also able to kind of bridge that gap a little bit and bring more families in that way.
I appreciate all you're doing. Any other questions or comments or?
No, I've had the opportunity to go into one of the classrooms before. I guess I love the love. You feel a lot of love in the classroom. So it's been a while since I've been in classroom, so I look forward to.
They're coming, yeah.
Yeah,
We'll really like to come in. I can tell you that I really believe that we should advertise it more. I don't want to say advertise it, but communicate out to families, because, I mean, 4 children, and many times I heard, this was a while back, that it's not enough, there's not enough space. But now that the COVID happened, people are coming back, and yes, probably letting them know it's more, yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You guys are not going to listen to me.
No.
Yes.
I'm not taking the blame here, guys. All righty. We're on to 6.02, the 2023 Boundary Change Final Report. And I'm going to call again on Superintendent Vela for introductions.
Thank you, President. I'd like to introduce our Dr. Wade Behringer, Associate Superintendent of Strategic Initiatives and Operations, who will begin our presentation this evening. Dr. Behringer.
Thank you. I don't know who lined me up after the amazing preschool program.
I know.
So I just want to make note that I expect the same level of energy and excitement of this particular presentation, since it's like the fourth time in the last 8 weeks that I'm in front of you. I don't want to sound like a broken record. So President Hamada, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Zantello, and Ms. Hawley, appreciate the opportunity to be in front of you again this evening. Hopefully the final opportunity to be in front of you this evening as we are bringing forward the boundary change recommendations, our final report. And so we'll go ahead and jump into it. I'm going to tell you right now, since you've seen this report before, I'm not going to go through every single slide.
Thank you.
I'm pretty sure that there's a majority of the people in the audience don't want to be here till 11 o'clock at night, including yourselves. So we're just going to jump right in. I'm just going to recap a little bit about our journey and how we've got here. So as we've shared in previous work sessions, that our priority when we started our work, and Shannon stated that she got the notice back in January 3rd. We started our work in the very end of March. Our goal and our recommendation by the time we got to the end of June was to move sixth graders up. That was our number one piece. We knew we needed to do that first before we could actually really dig into what it looks like to make it boundary adjustments throughout the district. And so that was our number one piece. Then we started in our process within our committee talking about what is important to us. We reviewed the MGT report, all 252 pages. We talked about that. We talked about what was important to our committee members, which were, again, selected from representatives throughout the district, both staff, community, and parents, and trying to figure out what's important to us, what's important to our community, what's important to our kids. So our number one priority was to reduce the enrollment in our high-impact schools. And then for those of you that don't remember in the audience and online, our high-impact schools, most of them are in the valley and on the East Hill of Kent. And so a high-impact school, by definition, really is a school that serves a large number of students that qualify for free and reduced lunch, and they may be also identified as students of color. And so it's really important that that was a focus for us. It was a passion. It drove what we did. On top of that, we looked at making sure that we could, as much as possible, balance enrollment throughout the district and throughout our school level bands. So, and a part of that allowed us then to figure out educational program placement, which we all know now is not a part of this conversation this evening. This is strictly boundary recommendations. So, committee. We've been in front of you now 4 or 5 different times. I've had committee members showing up each of those times. We appreciate them. I would like to have them again recognized now. So I want to do this fairly quickly because I want to be respectful of everyone's time. So if you're a part of the Boundary Review Committee, if you could just stand for a second and be recognized. Yes, thank you all very much. Some of those that stood, again, not selected initially, and then they were part of they were the alternates, and then people had left because that's what happens when you have large committees. People can't commit to the time commitment. And so we just appreciate people stepping into those spaces and joining us for those long 7 months of work. And we truly appreciate that. So, as we talk about the work that we did, our committee comes to you this evening, and we believe that these boundary recommendations really give our students, schools, and our families better access to our special programs, in most cases reducing the bus rides. Also gives the opportunity for removing students from portables, which I know is a goal and a focus, which this will help immensely with that. And then especially taking the pressure off our high-impact schools. We heard it already from a student a little bit earlier about 6th grade, and she stated, like, elementary schools are full. There are several elementary schools that are full, and so this moving 6th graders up as well as adjusting boundaries will address those concerns. So I think it's important to note as well as we move forward on this next part of the presentation is that this is not easy work. Not only is it a time commitment for those that are on the committee, but it really kind of tugs at your heartstrings and your own personal agenda when you show up in that space as a parent, community member, or a staff member. And so to be able to put that aside and be able to think about the big picture of our school district and about representing all of our kids and knowing that there is no way every single recommendation we make is going to meet the needs or make every single person happy. But knowing that we have to step into that space every day and do what we believe is best for the totality of the district, knowing that there is going to be an impact on some families. And so then it's our job as a district to make sure that we're prepared to support those families that are impacted by the boundary change. One of the things that we're doing after the vote this evening and moving into November, December, and early January, we're creating an opportunity for all families that are impacted by the boundary change to have access to open houses at the school that they're assigned to. So if it's by chance a school that they didn't want to go to or didn't think they were going to go to, and we made a decision, the board approved it, and now they're like, oh my gosh, I have to go to this school now. Our principals stand ready and willing to open the doors to their schools, meet and greet those families, even though they're probably coming to them not on the most exciting of terms, because we have done to them in this case. But principals are standing ready to greet them, take them on a tour, tell them about their school, why they love their school, probably even have some kids in there, talk about why they love being a Grass Lake Gator or whatever it may be. I see Steven sitting right in front. And that's important because change is hard and transition is hard. Whether you're a kindergartner or you're a 12th grader, it sits on people differently and it sits on families differently. And so we as a district are obligated to make sure that we create space to make that stressful transition a little less stressful. So we're going to do those open houses ahead of, again, a special transfer opportunity for those families that are impacted by the boundary change. So not only are you going to be able to go to the school that they've been newly assigned to based on whatever the board approves, they can go to that school, they can do the open house. After that, there will be an open transfer window that those families or students can apply for a transfer to the school that they want to go to, maybe the one that they're staying at, the one that they're at, they want to stay there. They'll go through that process. And then internally, our transfer process will go through and look at those people that apply, and if there is capacity and availability, then we'll be able to grant and support those wishes. Now, not every single person who goes through that process in this special window will be granted that opportunity because we have to look at the work that we've done and the capacity that we've created and make sure spaces are available. So we don't want to undo the work we've done by just allowing transfers to happen free. So I think that's important to share and let you know that we do have a plan in place for that. These two slides right here you've seen before. There were no changes since the last time I shared them. They basically are the elementary, middle school, high school feeder patterns. So I don't want to spend a lot of time on that because that is something that has not changed. What I want to do is I want to kind of jump into specifically the changes that have occurred since the work session on October 19th. All of them except for one has been shared with the board already, so they won't be new. There's only one new thing, and I've shared that with you this evening as well. So we're going to kind of skip through some of these slides because we've gone through this already. And I'm going to stop on the schools that are impacted that have been changed, and we've shared this with the board as well. First one being East Hill. So, as I've stated in a couple of reports to the board, data changes at times. We're working with an outside vendor, Location Analytics, who has control of our software. They then, in turn, work with our data services team on making sure that the data gets to them, and then they upload things. Ella, who is our boundary specialist right here in the front row, she is beholden to those pieces of data being uploaded into location analytics getting all those pieces right through their filtering, and then giving it back so Ella can then do the adjustments to the boundaries. So data was then, a new data set was uploaded at the very end of last week, which is when I sent you guys some changes, because there were some adjustments that impacted our previous recommendations. One of them was the East Hill. I'm going to tie East Hill and Meadow Ridge together, and you'll see that other piece in a second here. East Hill has increased in size from the previous recommendation. They will be at 80% capacity now. They picked up a lower portion of the southern portion that they currently actually have right now. So basically all those kids that we had moved to Meadow Ridge, and then we got the new data, we're just putting them right back to East Hill. So there's not going to be any change, no negative impact to those families. So that's not a bad thing. So that's an adjustment for East Hill, just so you know that. Another move here, Glen Ridge, just really quick. Shared this with you guys in a previous report too. This sliver, this north sliver there you see in green, we had originally moved that to Carriage Crest. There's kind of a geographic separation in that space. We hadn't really thought about that. 2 of the 5 families that actually live in that stretch reached out to us, explained it to us, and we're like, thank you very much. We're going to put that back to Glen Ridge. It might look odd, but there are odd things in some of our boundaries. It makes sense, so we moved that piece back to Glen Ridge. Grass Lake, okay. Here's the piece that I spoke to each of you about this evening. So this is the only thing that's not on BoardDocs that was adjusted this morning because of a data gap. So we got some additional data this morning that was contrary to our previous data, which caused us to need to make an adjustment to this particular map. So the impact is Grass Lake and Jenkins Creek. No other impact other than Grass Lake and Jenkins Creek. So Grass Lake originally was going to be housing this purple area that you see right here. All of that was going to be Grass Lake. That's below Kangley. So if you're driving out past Highway 18, that's all south of Kangley. That was all going to go to Grass Lake. Part of that goes to Jenkins Creek right now. Once the new data came in, we needed to make adjustment because that school ended up far over the capacity. So Jenkins Creek had a lot of capacity. They were in the mid-50s. We were able to move these students back to Jenkins Creek. That's where the purple is. You can see that there. That purple adjustment is Jenkins Creek going back to Jenkins Creek. This area here has been Covington Elementary School. Covington Elementary School, even when Covington Elementary School was in that area, because that's where the old Covington was. When we moved Covington northwest of its old location across Highway 18, that boundary stayed with them. We wanted to keep things a little bit cleaner using Highway 18 as a boundary area. We pulled those pieces down. It was originally going to go to Grass Lake. That was our original recommendation. And because of the impact of the data change, that set right there will be going to Jenkins Creek as well. What that does for the overall capacity to those schools on the east side of Highway 18, if you remember in the original presentation, Cedar Valley had really low capacity. We were saving space for Lake Point. Jenkins Creek was low capacity as well, saving some space for Lake Point. Grass Lake, a little bit higher, and then Sawyer Woods, the only school in the entire district that was not touched by boundary changes, was sitting out there in the low 50% range. What this adjustment does is brings Cedar Valley, Jenkins Creek, Grass Lake, Sawyer Woods, all within 4% of each other at 61, 61, 61, and 64%. Balancing that area out there. No negative impact to the high school, no negative impact to the middle school. It allows families that currently attend Jenkins Creek to continue attending Jenkins Creek, so no change there. Families that were going to be moved regardless in our recommendation from Covington on the east side of Highway 18, instead of busing them all the way out to Grass Lake, they'll go across Kangley to Jenkins Creek. It's a lot closer, it's a lot faster, makes more sense. That is the move that was not shared prior to this evening, but I wanted to make sure really clear about that impact and that change with the board. Jenkins Creek, I kind of combined Jenkins Creek with Grass Lake, so that's the picture there, so you can see that. You see the current on the left-hand side there, and the right-hand side being the new boundary there. Kent Elementary, we made a slight adjustment on Kent Elementary. This was about a week ago. Again, when the new data came in, when they do data pulls for like location analytics, sometimes they adjust filters. Those filters either catch things or end up ignoring things. And that's part of the problem that we had with a couple of these pieces that we need to make adjustments on, is that if they got ignored and then they turn the filter back on, then all of a sudden the capacity jumps up, we got to make an adjustment. So Neely O'Brien jumped into the mid-80 range for capacity. That goes against our goals as a committee about our high-impact schools. Well, we had pulled Kent Elementary down to a much lower capacity. So what we ended up having to do is bring one apartment complex back into Kent to bring Neely down, Kent up a little bit. So both of them are sitting at, just for a quick here, now Kent's at 75% and Neely's at 73%. So it was like 72%, and it would have been in the low 80s for Neely. And so we brought those together so both of them could benefit from that piece. So that was an adjustment made there. That was something that we shared last week. Young's, Martin Sortune. So we had a recommendation earlier that would pull a chunk of Martin Sortune to Park Orchard. In fact, this area right here and right here was slated to go to Park Orchard. At the time, Park Orchard had the capacity. Again, another data piece. Once that changed, Park Orchard no longer had capacity. Martin Sortune did have capacity. We needed to make the adjustment. So instead of having a negative impact in putting the kids that are already going to Martin Sortune into a different school, we decided to just leave them at Martin Sortune. No impact to those families in that way. Martin Sortune's at 80%. It's not considered a high-impact school. They do serve various segments of high-impact students. There's no doubt, like all of our schools do. So 80% is where Martin Sortune sits, which allowed Park Orchard to be able to come down because it was sitting much higher, and that allows Park Orchard at 77%. So that was a cleanup piece there that we did. The Meadow Ridge is what I spoke about a little bit earlier. Basically, we brought the southern part of East Hill back down to where it currently is, so no changes there, and just shrunk up the current recommended boundary of Meadow Ridge right there at 256. It actually went all the way up to 240th before on our recommendation. We're bringing that back down. Kids will stay with their schools, so no impact there. Neely O'Brien, I just talked about that adjustment. The piece that we're talking about that we moved back is right here, this section right here, which again, people might look at it and go, that's not a big deal. It's the valley. Mm-hmm. It's very densely populated. So it's bigger than not. Panther Lake, Park Orchard. We talked about Park Orchard. Originally, in our original recommendation, they had this area and this area right here. That went back to Martin Sortune. Again, no movement for families needed there. Okay, we're moving through these pieces. Good there, middle schools. No changes to middle school boundaries that weren't shared with you at the work session. So no substantial changes at all. Well, no changes at all since then. So our middle school capacities right now range from 71% to 82%. Our largest middle school slated for next year, if our projections come in, is going to be Cedar Heights. So, which all of those schools I talked about, Jenkins Creek, Cedar Valley, all those, they feed to Cedar Heights. Right now they're slated for a little bit over 900 kids. We have 4 other middle schools that'll be in the mid 800s. And then our 2 smallest middle schools by capacity, like by design capacity, are Matson and Meridian. they only really can hold 900 kids. They're at the low 7s because that's how it works based on capacity. We don't want to put any school over 80 if we don't have to, especially at the elementary level. Middle school, Cedar Heights is that one piece right now that's sitting at 84, I guess. So that's that. High schools, no adjustments. What we did for high schools, just to kind of, and also for the middle school piece when we're talking about our valley schools and our goal of reducing enrollment in our high impact schools, even though it might look like KM 83% capacity. Right now KM is functioning right about 2,000 students. And over the years we've had as many as almost 2,200 students. The capacity at school, safe capacity, is really around 2,100 kids. This adjustment will bring KM down to about mid-1700s, which is great. To do that, we had to shift everything east, as I've been sharing with you guys in the past. We had to move things up the hill and towards Northwood, Kent Ridge, Cedar Heights, and Kent Lake. And so what that does is Kent Lake, being our lowest enrolled school, high school in the district, we have an opportunity to be able to increase the enrollment of Kent Lake. Because what people need to understand is when a school like that, a high school, that has graduation requirements, when you have a low enrollment, what also happens is it's an impact on your programs that you can offer, your funding. So what happens is if you have a lot less kids in your school, you end up having to offer a lot less classes than at Kent Ridge. So if you compare a Kent Lake to a Kent Ridge, they might have a much more robust elective program because they have more kids, therefore more staffing, more funding, more opportunities to be able to create elective courses. It's the opposite for schools that are smaller. And so our job, as well as reducing the enrollment in our high impact schools, was to try to balance enrollment across our district to look where our capacity was. Kent Ridge, by design, largest high school in the district by capacity. Not that Krista Ernst would want to hear that they could actually hold 2,900 kids, but they could. So they will be the largest high school next year based on our projection and this recommendation, which makes sense. Our smallest high school will be KM, which makes sense based on the capacity and the design, as well as our goal. And then you've got Kentwood in the middle, which is going to sit right there at that 80% capacity mark at about 2,100 kids. And then you've got Kent Lake, where we've moved everybody to the walking boundaries of Kentwood and KM all the way to Kent Lake, and they're going to be just shy of 1,800, which that was a big deal for us. We spent a lot of time trying to make things happen for all of our students across the district. And so I just want to share that was a lot of work. It was a lot of push and pull. We created listening sessions because it's important to be able to hear from all of our community members. Even though we may not be able to act on every single thing that they want us to act on, the importance is to be able to hear and listen to the concerns and their rationales. I get it. The area that we've talked about in the past, that's northeast of Highway 18, that section that it's right here. Not on this map, it's not.
Near Kenwood,
yeah. Kent Lake. There we go. Oh, hey, look at that, thanks. So I don't have to stretch and reach. This area right here. This area here has been with Kent Lake for the last 12 years. Prior to that, it was Kentwood.
Yes.
And why wouldn't it be at Kentwood? Because Kentwood's right here.
Yeah.
I mean, now, granted, as the crow flies, it's probably like a mile. As you drive it, most of these areas right here are just a hair over 2 miles to get to Kentwood. Now, we know that to get from here to here is like 6.5 miles. And there is no like, just jump in your car and drive straight there. That's not working. It's not. Now, in the future, once Lake Point gets developed, there'll be a little shortcut through here and we'll be able to drop through here and it'll cut the time a little bit, but still. But the fact of the matter is that we had originally thought about adding even more space to Kent Lake to bring this capacity up. But there was a lot of talk in our community about this space. And I understand. And I can stand there and I can listen, and we have people here tonight that'll probably speak to that piece. And I get that. But one of our goals was to try to balance enrollment. To try to put, there are 131 students from pre-K 12 in this space right here. All the kids here in elementary go to Crestwood. They all are going to go to Crestwood. They all then go to Matson. They all do. But when they go to high school, there are currently 44 students in this section right here that go to high school, and they're all slated for Kent Lake. Now, I can say that most of them do attend Kent Lake. Goes back to the ideas that there are options for transfers if there's capacity. So, hard decisions, hard conversations, and it's tough. It's tough sitting in listening sessions and hearing that frustration and concern. I get it. I mean, geographically, I get it. I'm not arguing with that. But again, I also know what low enrollment does to schools and how that becomes an equity issue by not being able to provide the same opportunities in those schools as our schools that have a larger population and more access to resources. That's a big deal. And equity was a big deal to our committee. So, there you go. Next steps. We're here tonight. We're going to have a open hearing here in a second, and then you guys have a discussion and approval. The goal and the hope is that you'll approve our recommended boundary changes this evening, because we have a lot of work communicating and supporting our families that are impacted by this change, as well as working and supporting our schools, staff, and kids so they can transition with the least amount of frustration and anxiety into those spaces. So appreciate the opportunity this evening. Thank you again to our committee members, the time and effort and your passion that you put into the work. Thank you for our community members that are here that showed up as well to our community sessions, community listening sessions. We had well over probably 150 combined amongst the four, with the Kentwood being the biggest one, Kent Ridge being a big one as well. So just appreciate people taking time out of their day to come share that. It's important that we do that in this district. Open up our opportunities to listen to your concerns and engage in meaningful two-way communication. Even if it doesn't work out in your favor, it's important that your voices are heard and you exercise that right to share with us your feelings. So with that said, that concludes my presentation. Any questions?
No. Portables.
Portables.
I don't like them.
I don't either.
Boundaries. I'm hoping that we reduce. I'm not saying completely, but reduce.
We will. The portable usage for our students who are using those spaces for classrooms. Now, here's the other piece of that.
Right.
I go out and do campus walks and school walks every Friday. And I was in a building on Friday, and the principal took me through the portables. And the teachers were in there, and they're like, don't you think about moving me out of this portable. My kids love this. I love this. Don't even think about it. My room is bigger than the room inside the building. This and that. I said, sorry, we're moving away from portables.
Yes.
You're going to get a beautiful bricks and mortar classroom in there, right next to the bathroom, so your kids don't have to go outside in the rain. And,
no.
So we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But the fact of the matter is, this recommendation will reduce significantly the use of portables for our students accessing learning in those spaces.
Thank you.
Can I actually continue on that? The capacity numbers that were quoted for each of the different schools, does that include current capacity with the portables in place currently, or is that only considering the capacity of the brick and mortar classrooms?
Bricks and mortar. That's bricks and mortar. So when we say 80%, that's 80% capacity in the bricks and mortar classroom spaces. Now, just to qualify that piece so everyone understands that too, is that capacity is based on the KEA contract language for how many kids can be at a grade level, in a grade level class, or at the high school or middle school level in a class. So if it's 30 at the middle school, we counted up 53 classrooms, times it by 30, and said, okay, there's the capacity. Now, if they had programs in those schools, programs that have specific numbers, so like our inclusive ed programs, have different numbers of students that are allowed to be in those spaces safely. So then we identify, well, okay, there's 2 classrooms in there that have these two programs. Only 10 students can be in those classes, so we deduct 20 kids from each of those 2 classrooms and reduce the capacity down to what is this capacity legitimately for those buildings, and that's how we create that.
So then all of the numbers are given using the programs as they are today?
As they are today, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So any reduction in programs or addition of programs will change the capacity numbers as reported?
Yes, which is why when we get into that process, we'll be looking at those very carefully of where programs can go and where they shouldn't go based on capacity. So yes.
Okay, so then, I'm sorry, do you mind if
no.
I, so that goes into my next question of changes. So obviously, new numbers come, I get that, and they'll continue to. So, and we've had, I don't know, I didn't count all of them, 9 changes based off of the numbers of, movement around,
Yeah,
right?
probably, yeah.
And I don't expect that to, it happens,
Yeah.
right? The numbers are what the numbers are. But tonight, we're approving or not approving, whatever that looks like, approving a boundary review. My question is what happens next when next week new numbers come in, or the week after, or the month after when programs change? So what I would like to know is can that still happen within the approval that is given tonight, that there would still be around the margins, right, some movement because numbers come in wrong, programs change, like, can you walk me through that?
Yes, that's why it was really important for the numbers that adjusted some of these capacities last Friday and today, that we made those adjustments. Because if we came in here and said, oh, well, Grass Lake's gonna be at 97%, let's just roll the dice and hope that some kids don't show up, and that's not okay. So we know, if we know it, to do better, you have to know better, you gotta do better. So it's like, okay, we know this, we need to make this adjustment. For exactly that reason and other reasons. We have families that are moving into areas, and we don't wanna say, well, gosh, I just moved across the street from Grass Lake, I'm sorry, you gotta go to Sawyer Woods, there's no room. Well, how come you created these boundaries that don't have any capacity for kids? So when we tried to make that goal at 80%, it gave us that wiggle room for adjustments. Yes.
And I'll just keep going. Sorry. Transfers.
Yes.
Is there a priority that's already set up for transfers, such as I think specifically seniors or people with special programs, brothers, sisters?
Yes, there's already a priority list in a regular transfer process.
Okay, so we'll follow the current priority list.
I would say it's probably going to, yeah, we'll be tweaking it a little bit, but I mean, seniors being a priority, and so obviously that's an important piece. So there'll be slight adjustments to that to try to really meet the needs of this particular boundary change. That's why we're having a special transfer window only for families that are impacted by the boundary change. And so it might have a different set of priorities specifically to address the families that are impacted by that.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I just want to say that I have been very encouraged that we really went out again and did a much better job this time around than MGT. I'm very excited about that. And the work that went into it was tremendous in comparison to the MJT issue that we were thinking of adopting and did not. I can't tell you how excited I am to see this many people in this boardroom, and I know there was more, that served on this committee, because I've served on committees, and the first meeting you get a whole bunch of people, then it just kind of trickles down to nobody. So it tells me that you care deeply about your community, and that's what makes these boundary things work, and our school's good and our community's strong. So again, thank you to all the people that did that, and the hard work you've done, and the difficult communications. I attended a couple of the listening sessions. It was definitely two-way. It wasn't come in and have a presentation. Even I learned things at that presentation. And I think we do need in lots of other areas to do that. It works. It's not easy, but it works, and that's how we connect with our neighbors. Of course, the new adoption that came out tonight, or changes to the Grass Lake and the area out there where I live. I know that area. I know how hard it is to get from one area to another. And when I heard that, you know, people a mile from Kentwood were going clear to Kent Lake, I could understand that argument. I know how hard it is to drive from the Kentwood area clear over to Kent Lake. It's not like people see there's this straight line. And anytime I have to get somewhere, if one road is closed by where I live, I have to go all the way around another 25 minutes to get to where I'm going. So I understand that. But the other piece of that is we have to have balance in our schools. And we can't have Kent Lake out there sitting there with not enough people in it to do what they need to do. And it sounds like we've done everything possible to try to meet that so we can get the balance in equity, the balance in numbers. And unfortunately, some of the people out near Kentwood, a mile away, are not going to be happy tonight, probably. And I understand that. I'd probably be one of them if I lived over there. But they have done this system for 12 years. 12 years they've done it. And we did go out and give opinions. We have, with the Grass Lake and the new developments, I've looked at that, even though it was kind of last minute. I wouldn't like that last minute, but it's there. And it looks like it's really going to be advantageous to all the people involved in that. And I see a principal shaking his head out there. And I mean, I know where those kids along Kent Kangley live, and going to Jenkins Creek would make a lot more sense. So even though it's last minute, I think it's probably a good decision. I don't think we're going to have any problem other than, you know, came in a little late. But it did come in, and it's going to make it better, I think. So that helps my vote, too. I can't thank Kent School District for listening to their community enough, because we went out and this has taken hours of work by a lot of people. And in the end, I think we're going to come up with a very good product. So thank you to all the people in this room, our community, and the staff that worked on this. I'm very pleased. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity, Board.
Thank you, Dr. Behringer.
And now we are on to, let's see, 6.03, fiscal year 2022, year-end financial report. And I'll call on Superintendent again to make some introductions.
Thank you, President Hamad. I'd like to invite Mr. Ben Rarick, our Associate Superintendent of Finance, to begin his presentation.
Good evening, board members. I believe I am what stands between you and the hearing on the topic about which you just heard. So in light of that, a couple of quick notes, okay? First of all, on your agenda, the year-end report and the September financials are listed separately. Just so you know, I really had no particular intent in doing two separate presentations. I took some information that I thought was vital from September and included it in the PowerPoint. So I'll just be doing one presentation. Of course, you're free to keep me to ask all the questions you want about September. That's pretty preliminary for the year, obviously, for September. The second thing is that, as you've probably become accustomed, there's a number of slides that we show for the purposes of disclosure and transparency, but are not big talker slides, right? I'll move more quickly through those. Those tend to be the first ones. But there are a couple slides at the end that I'd like to kind of pull some meaning out of and have some brief discussion. So go ahead and stop me on the preliminary slide if you want, but otherwise I'm going to move fairly quickly through those. So it's my pleasure to share the results of fiscal year 2022 in the Kent School District. I'm giving you a couple of pretty technical looking slides. The first is just a look of the assets and liabilities of the Kent School District. And I'm going to pick out a couple things on each one. The first being, you'll see a little gray arrow on the bottom showing a year-end general fund balance of $65 million. That grew slightly from last year, and we will get into the reasons why here in a moment. As distinct from the asset and liability schedule that you just saw, this is a schedule of revenue and expense and fund balance for all the funds. I'm gathering that you probably don't want to talk about all 5 funds. and the revenue and expense schedule. But picking out one thing for you to highlight from this chart would be the top, again, noting the gray arrow there. We are for the first time a organization exceeding $500 million of expenditures. So this is a growing organization, $524.9 million in expenditure, which was just slightly larger than the amount of revenue that we took in for all funds. The next two slides show budgeted to actual and revenue. We collected about 97% of the revenue that we budgeted for, which is fairly typical. On the expenditure side, historically, our district has run in the low 90s in terms of budgeted to expended. And again, this year, at $443 million, we spent about 91.5% of budgeted expenses. Okay, here is a slide I would like to take a moment for you to digest and understand what it means, because if there's one slide for you to understand, it is this one. And it speaks to kind of my conclusion about this year and then going forward. So what this graph does is show over time the relationship between revenues and expenditures for every year going back almost 10 years. Looks like 9 years, okay? To put it in very basic terms, just think about in your old household budget, the income you bring in and the expenses you have. It's no different in a school district. And the basic question being asked is, do we bring in more income in a particular year than we spent, or vice versa, right? So you remember that we had some difficult years, which we have luckily put behind us. But you'll see the four consecutive red bars down where the district was spending about $10 million more than it was taking in for consecutive years. You see that in the far left-hand corner? Thank you. Then you see the blue bar years where we were basically building back a fund balance that was non-existent, okay? And now you see going forward more of an evening out. Now, you see the bar on the far right that says 2022, and it says $8.9 million. Do you see that? Okay. What that's telling you is that the fund balance from last year to this year grew by $8.9 million. So from that information, you might surmise, oh, that's good. That's good, right? We grew our fund balance. That must mean we're doing well. Okay. And in terms of fund balance, we are in a solid position. But here's what I want you to understand. The second column over there, it says 2022, but then it says adjusted on it. You see that? Okay. And it's a red bar, right? And it's going $25.9 million down, okay? So what that does is it says, if we did not have access to any federal relief dollars this year, if we played pretend for a moment, said, what would our financial performance have been if ESSER didn't exist, if enrollment stabilization didn't exist? Then you see that that would be a swing of close to $35 million. And instead of growing by $8.9 million, we would declined by $26 million, a huge swing. So the point that I want the board members to understand, and anybody who's watching, okay, is although we did grow our fund balance this year, it is entirely and solely because of the existence of the federal ESSER relief funding. And once that goes away, we have, how much? About a $20 to $25 million structural deficit. We will talk about that here in a moment. Before I leave this, do you understand this slide? It's important to me that this slide, okay. Okay, this is the history of the actual fund balance, okay? We actually had a year where we were negative $5.6 million. You may remember that. And we have aggressively built that back up. So from a fund balance perspective, we're fine. We have a solid fund balance that comports with board policy. With regards to ESSER, so you'll recall our plan to claim about $30 million each year, right? So we've claimed at this point to the point where we have $61 million left and 2 more years, right? So you can expect that we're going to claim more or less about $30 million in the year we're in now and $30 million next year. And then it will be gone, right? And we got to find some way of replacing that very significant source of revenue for the Kent School District. You'll see this $20 million figure show up in quite a few places. Again, I understand this is a complex chart. It's not my intent to take you through the whole thing. But why don't you focus your eyes in the bottom right-hand corner. You'll see a number that says 24.2 million in red. To the left of that, a number that says 19 million. That's on a line that says surplus or deficit. So out into the future, when we get past that federal money that we're relying on right now, that is roughly the side of the structural deficit that we will be trying to solve in the coming years, okay? So the dichotomy you got here is healthy fund balance now, but a clear structural deficit in the future, okay? Okay. When we do this September financial statement, I typically don't spend a lot of time on it because it's so preliminary. So I thought, what could I bring you that would be the best piece of information so far? And I think this slide is probably the best that you're going to have until we get an October statement. This just shows, if I look at the staffing costs, including compensation and the number of staff, just aggregate staffing costs, for September and October of last year, and I compare it to the staffing costs of September and October this year, apples to apples. Is it up? Is it down? What's the result? Okay? So the yellow bar represents the aggregate difference. So we're up about 7.5% in total staff costs. That's a number that I would expect to see given our KEA agreement, given that our staffing was essentially flat. We've had a couple of other agreements. KOP was a little more robust, but that's not a surprising figure. And you can see how it distributes across certificated salaries, classified salaries, and benefits. And then I've given you 3 slides that not only report on the financial activities of the district last year, but give a historical perspective. This will not be your first time seeing these slides. This is the enrollment for the school district, where you get a sense for the fact that our high point of enrollment was the 2017-18 school year. And even though you can see in 22-23 we've ticked up a little bit relative to 21-22, still well down from where we were back in 17-18 pre-pandemic. And then the last 2 slides show historical staffing. So unlike the enrollment, which is declining, both our certificated instructional staff, shown here, and our total staff, shown here, show an upward trend. So we have to be careful about that X, right? Where enrollment's down, staffing up, that eventually, obviously, something has to give there. So these are the takeaways. I hope I was brisk in moving through the slides, but there's 4 takeaways. And if you understand these, I think you've fairly captured the activity of the district for fiscal year 22. The first is that in terms of fund balance, we're fine. The board has a policy that recommends 5% of prior year expenditures, and we have enough in unassigned fund balance to comply with the policy that the board has directed. That's really not the issue before you right now, not fund balance. The issue is the district has a long-term structural deficit of about 21 million. That'll fluctuate up and down as we move forward, okay, as we make different decisions. Even as it currently maintains a healthy fund balance. So both things can be true. Why? Because we are relying on that federal resource, and that federal resource eventually goes away. And they've told us that, right? So new revenue or program adjustments or both in some combination will be eventually necessary. The third point, in the last 2 years, the fund balance has grown or maintained only because of the existence of the ESSER funding. Without that ESSER funding, you saw that graph and the $35 million swing. And then finally, want to mention something about capital projects. We need to keep our eye on the capital projects fund, and that's going to be a point of emphasis coming up this year because we're going to go out for a bond, okay? We do have a balance in the capital projects fund, but I can see very clearly here that it is a dwindling balance, and it will be important for us to go out for a new funding mechanism. And that's, of course, I think you'll have the resolution for bond going out in April 2023. So that fund also, is there's some important decisions coming with regards to the funding in the capital projects fund as well. So it's not all about the general fund. That's going to complete my presentation unless there are additional questions for me at this time.
Is it true to say, Mr. Rarick, when you're talking about a $21 to $25 million deficit, that one of the ways to increase that beyond state or, well, it would be state actually, but federal funding or ESSER funds would be to attract more students to our district. If we were at the enrollment that we were a few years ago, we probably could absorb that 21, maybe not as much to 25, but
Yes.
we'd be closer. So we want to keep in mind that the programs we're offering and that we're meeting the needs of our students, so we're still attracting.
Yes.
You know, that's a thing that we have to be really closely watching as far as I can see too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, new students represent new revenue to the district. And because I know a lot of people watch this, I just want to be really careful with our language. We're nowhere clear to having an actual deficit right now. It is an operating deficit, and that is a different thing, a structural operating deficit. As you've shown, we have a robust fund balance. I don't want anybody that's watching to mix the terms and think, oh, we're back to 2017. We're nowhere near back to 2017, but we're planning for a situation that we see materializing over the next 2 to 3 years, and we're trying to be proactive in that regard.
And that's how you don't get into problems with
That's
money.
right. Exactly.
Absolutely. Thank you. Further questions?
No, I mean, thank you very much for making that clarification, because, it can get confusing for some
Absolutely.
community members and think that we're going to be back. I mean, I'm seeing that from last year enrollment to this year, we're taking upwards. For example, it's like, what, 500? Like almost 25,000, right?
Yeah.
And
That should have a little asterisk on it because all the previous years represent the full year.
Right.
And we just have a couple months, and those typically are the higher months.
Right.
So, but yeah, it's a modest bump.
Bump.
What I've noticed is that even though it's a bump in the prior year, we're still not back to 2021,
Right.
right? So it's, in the grand scheme of things, we're still well down, but it's better than dropping even further. It's the first year we've had in a while where we didn't drop.
That's what I was noticing, that, we were worried about that comeback, if it was going to occur or not. So now that I see that, it's encouraging. And you're right, it's something that we have to be cognizant of. There's, having federal money, it has the positive side and also the negative side, right?
That's exactly right.
And the problem is, yes, you get this money, you need this money, you do programs, you make sure your staffing is right, but then it is not continuous.
That's right.
Now what, right? So.
Yes. So, and I put it this way, I was recently on a webinar with representatives from the federal government, and they put it very well, which is that they said, hey, that districts like Kent are using ESSER money exactly for what it was intended, which is that we had a pandemic, and they wanted to avoid mass layoffs during the pandemic. And that's exactly what we were able to avoid. In fact, we even added a little bit at one point, right? So we used the money for the exact purpose that it was used. The point is, in the same breath, the federal government saying, but it's on you to plan for the future,
Good luck.
Because our intent was to protect you from the immediate effects of the pandemic. Our effects were not to fund you for the next 20 years. Eventually, local school districts own their long-term future. That is not going to be a function of ESSER. So there's, in many respects, I want to give you a sense for the fact that much of this is exactly as it's designed. The money was given to us. We used it for the purpose it was intended.
Right.
We kept staffing intact during that heavy time of volatility. But eventually, that comes to an end, and we have to have a new normal that we own.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's it for me.
I wanted just to add one more thing before I apologize. What you heard about that funding source is true for many districts. And what we're doing is coming in front of our board prior to that time frame. We'll call it the cliff, if you will. There are districts around us that are already there, and they have either are going over the cliff or already have done that. So we're fortunate, is what I wanted to share. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Going back to President Hamada's question about student enrollment, and I guess I would look at this, do we have numbers around opportunity or missed opportunity, I guess I should say in this? Do we have the same number of students available within our district boundaries that there were? Is it a comparable number that we had in 2017, 18? And then do we have the data around where those students have chosen to go otherwise? And I guess then the follow-up question is, and what are we doing about it?
Yeah, so I can answer that in some generalities if that's, I mean, I don't have that data with me right now. And I know you also have an important hearing to get to, so I'll be brief. So there have been changes, certainly. One of the things, we work with a demographer, and not just in Kent, but in a number of neighboring districts. There clearly has been an observation that rising housing costs in South King County has shifted some population of students to Northern Pierce. We're seeing a lot of districts calling us and, Puyallups or Sumners and saying, hey, we're getting some of your students. And although we can't necessarily causally infer it, there's certainly a suggestion that housing costs is a major consideration for populations of school-age students moving south. The other is that, believe it or not, King County birth rates are on a slow decline. And that is affecting a lot of South King County districts. So it's a nuanced question that you ask. I can't necessarily say yes or no to it, but there are factors present today that were not present 5 years ago. Also on the plus ledger, I mean, we now have a robust virtual academy to which we can offer, and we know that we did lose some students to neighboring communities that did offer those programs when we did not. So hopefully that will help us in some respects.
Thank you. And it just feels like this would be obvious information that we'd have to have for budget purposes going forward is, if we have a declining population, then we're, as a percentage of that, you would expect a declining enrollment or vice versa, right? And so hopefully those will be more numbers to come in the future. Thank you.
Anything further? Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Eric.
Okay, so we're on to 7.0. We did that? Are we done with that too? Okay, he combined them. All right, now we have several public comments, and we are going to take those before we do 8.0. And first up on this is Didi Sambunhe. Am I close? Help me, please.
Mr. Mata. Mr.
hello.
Rockvogel.
Oh, just one second.
As a technical matter, we need to open the public hearing.
Okay. Okay, so I'm
Go ahead and
Move to
Opening-
open the public hearing.
You have to have somebody move it? Okay.
Okay, second.
All those in favor signify by raising, do we have to do that too? Do we have to take a vote?
Do we have to take the vote to open the hearing?
I mean, we moved and seconded it.
Right, obviously.
At this point, a vote is appropriate.
Okay. All those in favor of opening the public hearing signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed signify by raising your hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. Now we're on to 8.0, public discussion. And if you will pronounce your name correctly, I would appreciate it.
My name is Didi Saibun Chan. Before the meeting, I did have concerns, but since we passed all of that, all my questions are fulfilled somewhat. One thing that I do know is that there are some students who don't even live nearby the schools that they go to now. They live in different boundaries. I think that's from perspectives from like their opinion about the school, like why they don't want to be there and such. And can I ask a question? My question is about like, I didn't like fully get this yet, but so students who are like currently in like schools, do they like have to transfer to like the new school that they're in the boundary of, if that makes sense?
Point of clarification, in any of our public comments, we can't really ask questions. And
But we can get a clarification.
You can ask questions, we don't necessarily give answers.
We
I
don't
guess
have to
would-
give you answers. You
That's
can
what
ask
I
the
would be more
questions. Yeah, you
specific
can
on.
ask the question, but we can.
Well, I think I'm good then.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I think I'm good then.
You sure?
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're on to Jonathan Bonnell. Jonathan, come up. And pronounce your name if I screwed it up, please.
No, you didn't mess it up. But my name is Jonathan Bonilla, and I originally wanted to talk at the beginning of the meeting, but most of the stuff has been covered already with the boundary presentation. I mainly had one question of what was pointed out up there for Kent Lake and that one little spot that was there for 12 years. I live in that spot in the Timberlane community, and I had to transfer to, so we move around a lot, and I transferred from a lot of schools, and I ended up liking Kentwood, and so I stayed there for majority of my high school life. And so when I moved to my new location, and I was told that I would have to go to Kent Lake, I kind of felt like it wasn't the right school for me, because I had already made so many like personal connections and mutual connections with the teachers and everything like that. And so I was just wondering, like, do you guys take in consideration like how the students would feel? I know there's like a priority for senior transfers and everything like that, but for the younger students, say that they're freshmen and they have already started building all these new like connections and mutual like feelings with the teachers, if it would be better to let them stay too, so it's not like they're losing their friends and losing their connections at those schools. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're on to Izzy Wheeler Medella. And again, help me if I'm incorrect.
President Hamada, I believe she left.
Oh, okay. All right. Next up is Lori Stevens.
Thank you. My name is Lori Stevens. I am a 15-year Kent School District parent, alumni now. I, like Shannon, saw the invitation to participate in the committee back in January, applied and was selected, and have spent countless hours with this wonderful group of people who are incredibly passionate about the Kent School District and their students, especially our high-impact families. Boundary adjustment work is really difficult work. There will always be somebody who's not happy about what is changing. We've had all of these discussions about the different areas on the map and what if we move this and what if we move that. And ultimately it comes down to what sits behind you here is to successfully prepare all students for their futures. And we want to make sure that we are passionate for those kids who don't have a voice, who don't have parents that are coming to these meetings. Boundary revisions and adjustments are hard. If we aren't a little bit uncomfortable, then we're not growing and we aren't learning and we're not teaching our kids. We have to remember that our children and our students are watching us. They're paying attention and they're listening. They're learning how to work through change. We saw the preschool kids. I want to go to preschool. We are terrific and we can all do hard things. I'd like to apply that to our boundary changes and our adjustments. we can work through these things and we can work through change and we can be examples to our kids. Being nervous about potentially going to a new school is normal. You should be a little bit nervous about it. But you can also be excited about it, about being excited about making new friends, about having new opportunities. Let's talk about being nerve-sighted. I use that with the dance team and the coaches or the kids. First time you go out there and perform, you're a little bit nervous, but you're a little bit excited, so we call it nerve-sighted. So we're nerve-sighted about the opportunities that we have with these new boundaries. Again, setting new boundaries is really hard work. There were more variables than I could even begin to imagine that you have to think about with boundaries. There's always going to be somebody who lives across the street who is going to go to a different school than what you did. I'd like to speak a little bit to the transfer process that I experienced. My area, it was not listed, or is up there on the board there. We affectionately refer to it as Nevada. It is a little shape that is 256th, 132nd, 124th, and Kent Kangley. Maybe it's this way? Right. My bearings. I think it's a block and a half that way, right? Our boundary school is Kent Lake. So I personally, as a parent, have a really hard time listening to, and I appreciate the passion that our parents live in the upper corner, but we also have Kent Lake as our boundary down here. And we are taking a bus, and my kids would take a bus there. However, I'm going to speak to the transfer process because I'm the transfer queen. I'm a single mom. I had to work with my kids going to daycare. We took my kids to daycare in Fairwood. We went to Fairwood Elementary School for 6, 7, 8, 9 years. We drove there back and forth every day to the daycare that was closer to there. I volunteered in classes and part of the PTSA to make sure nobody took us away from the school and that we had a good reputation there. Then we went to our boundary school of Matson. And then, I apologize, Heidi, but we did do a transfer request from our neighborhood, and we ended up going to Kentwood. And the reason for that was, for my family, it was the right thing that we needed to do because of my students' 504 plan for medical needs and that kind of thing. I didn't want to be more than 30 minutes at work away from where I could get to her if she had a tree nut allergy reaction. So every parent that is passionate about their kids does it for their reasons, and I respect the fact that they have that passion. So I know you can't answer some questions, but I can ask, or I can answer some things regarding transfers. We can do a better job of the transparency with how we make those decisions and what that decision tree is. I'm excited that we're going to do some of those things with early, for our people who are impacted by the boundary change. I feel like there's going to be this buzzer that's going to go off and I'm going to get this hook, right? Again, it's important to balance enrollment, and I, as a parent and as a coach, I recognize that in order to successfully prepare all our students, if we believe in equity to help our kids in the Valley, we also have to believe that we help our students that are out at Kent Lake. And if Nevada needs to go to Kent Lake to do that, then so be it. But I personally, as a parent, I can use the transfer process, and I successfully use the transfer process. Can we do that better? Yes. But we are all terrific, and we all can do hard things, just like our preschool kids can do. So all of us as parents, our kids are watching. We're going to teach them that people move, people change jobs. You got to make new friends in new places, and we're going to successfully prepare them for their futures. Thank you.
All right, next up is Manuel Cadenas.
Peace and blessings. I hope everybody's awake. We've been waiting for a long time. Needless to say, I've been an educator for, going on 2 decades, a quarter of that at Kent Meridian High School. So I'm here representing the Valley Schools. I would like to say that, I've tried my best to adhere to the protocol at the listening sessions, but it's been difficult. There's been a considerable amount of the attendance that just show that change isn't their cup of tea, And coming here to represent those kids from the Valley, I have to say that those kids exemplify grit. They exemplify determination. They exemplify the ability to pivot, the ability to be adaptable. And, you know, for these folks that are resistant to that change, how can we as educators teach kids to confront those challenges with confidence, you know? And the frustrating part has been that, you know, some of these folks have not undergone any changes. Some of these folks are arguing for changes that are not even going to experience by their kids. So, you know, I'm speaking on behalf of the whole committee. We have well-intended people, we have parents, we have teachers, we have community members, and all of them, you know, operate with a pure heart. So I'm truly asking at this point for the board to approve for the sake of equity, for the sake of the kids that have been going through the obstacles, you know, and some of them for over half a decade. You know, I know that Neely, Kent Elementary, those are schools that are going to need even more than what we're providing. So I'll leave it up to all of you to approve. So thank you.
Next up, we have Seong Choi.
Hi again. So my name's Se-Young Choi, also at Mill Creek Middle School, representing Valley Schools. I was here last time. I actually have been talking about boundary changes long before all of this started. And so when I saw on Facebook that there was going to be boundary changes, there was going to be a committee, I jumped right on the train and I applied. The last time I was here, I asked you, the board, to be bold because there was going to be opposition to some of the proposals that have largely focused on equity and supports for our typically underserved communities. And there have been some pretty loud voices on the other side. I know that some people are probably here today. I know that people who are content might not necessarily feel a need to come here. But aside from the othering comments that are further dividing the community, I do understand why people would feel resistant to change. Everybody's looking out. Everybody has the right to stick up for what they feel is the best for their child. I understand all of that. However, despite how uncomfortable change may be, sometimes we just got to take it and go and, like everybody else is saying, teach our students another lesson in resilience, in adaptability. ECSE, we can do hard things, right? Those are the lessons that we want to teach our students, our children, especially when the change means that we are transforming our communities to not only speak up about equity, but to practice, put it into practice. Our low-income Valley schools have needed this change for a long time. It is long, long overdue. We can't afford to delay it much longer. And to be fair, if it were up to me, I'd probably change it even more. And I, you know, although, you know, a lot of people, although those who may have had a little bit more privilege may not have noticed, you know, not necessarily a fault, right? If you haven't really been here, there's a lot of people who have told me, like, I didn't really realize what was going on in the Valley schools until I talked to you, right? But it's impossible to ignore when you are where we are at. And our current boundaries have not been serving our underserved communities. And we've been feeling the waves of the inequity for far too long. And so I stand before you as a member of the community who served on the committee. I really feel strongly that community voices were heard. There were changes made even after we proposed and we went out to listening sessions. We changed after listening sessions. The committee sometimes didn't agree with each other and we like bended and folded, and we really have come up with this thing after hours and, you know, months of hard work. And, you know, I'm just here to once again ask you to be bold. And while I have you, you know, we're gonna, after we vote on this, need to be able to communicate with the community better. That was something that came up at the Kent Meridian Strand, is a lack of communication, even though we were trying. I thought that was ironic. We're representing the Valley schools and whatever, but we're not doing a very good job. And so this is a little plug for, you know, there's like services like Talking Points. People who know me know I talk about it a lot. Something like that where we are able to communicate with families who don't speak English. I think that's really, really, really important. As a kid who used to skip school regularly and took advantage of my parents not speaking English, right? We don't want, I did it all the time. And I just think that, you know, if we have these resources available, why not take advantage of them? And if you don't know what talking points is, it's a way to blanket send messages to the communities, whether if it's a school message, you could do class messages, you could do district-wide messages, and you send it out to a text message and it goes in all different languages. We have these things available, so for me, I'm like, let's use them and not make it harder for us to figure out a way to reach these communities and talk to these families, because it is a huge thing that we're asking of our community members to change everything. You know, whether we change, when sixth grade comes up, we're going to change how, you know, we might not have 6 periods anymore. We don't know. There's just going to be a lot of things. Where a teacher's going to go, where a you know. So that's my next little plug, is moving forward, looking forward from here, figuring out ways to really communicate well with the people that we're serving. And that is all I have for you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrea Tuttle.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Andrea Tuttle. I currently have 3 children that attend school in this district, 2 that will be in high school next year. We reside in that Crestwood, Matson, Kent Lake boundary that everybody's fighting against. The reason I'm here today, I spent my years moving due to military. I changed schools a lot. It is not easy to move, it is not easy to meet friends, and it is not easy to fit in when you have never gone to school with these children. I'm asking you to make changes to the boundaries for our children to be able to attend Kentwood with peers that they grew up with from kindergarten to 8th grade. In our area, there are currently 44 high schoolers with a total of 131 students from pre-K to 12 being affected by this. This is less than 11 students per grade on average being separated from their peers. The maps from the previous change recommendations in 2020 had showed that we would be gone to Kentwood. This is why maybe some of us parents did not get involved in these boundary groups. These children were attending Kentwood before this last boundary change 12 years ago, and that is a change that never should have happened. The reason that we are being told that they don't want to change it to allow them to go to Kentwood is numbers, 44 to be exact. How is 44 going to make or break either of these schools at less than 2% capacity? Especially when Kent Lake is going to be adding numbers from the Lake Point development being built. My children are not numbers, they're people. People being affected by past and current decisions of adults. Today, the board has a chance to do right for these children. Being separated out means they they do not attend the same dances, activities, or even graduation with the children they grew up with. Please, before you make your vote tonight, adjust the boundary so that our children that attend Crestwood will be able to attend Kentwood with their peers and keep the stability in their lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Cassie Jordan? Kasha. Thank you.
Until you hear me, you probably don't know I'm an immigrant, so I'm going to speak to you today wearing many hats. I don't know if we are timed. It looked like we are not, so I might be lucky. I'm an immigrant, but I'm American. I'm a teacher. I'm also a social worker. I used to work in mental health, and I'm also a special education teacher right now at Kent Lake. I love my students. My students are phenomenal. They are forgiving. They are probably the only people who don't notice that I have accent. Or if they do, they don't let me know. Which is awesome because I hate my accent. And I only hate my accent because I'm a foreigner here. I did not hate my accent in Poland. Our students come from the many walks of life. All of them have accents. We are the ones that are building the foundation for our younger generation by breaking the walls and fixed mindsets. But they will be the ones building bridges towards each other. As a committee, we ask ourselves what was important to the school community. How can we create school boundaries that are no longer walls built on privilege, but pathways to successful and equitable learning in safe schools? It meant looking at schools and their individual needs, at how we can help students feel safe and be able to learn the soft skills they will need, besides required academic ones, and pursue their interests. Our children need choices in electives, sports, clubs, activities, and access to services. Those are only possible if we have balanced enrollment in all of our schools. We had to lower enrollment in high-impact schools to make room for services and programs that would build on the assets of the students attending the schools. As committee members, we drove around the streets to make sure that we know how long is the transportation for different students. We did drove by Nevada, and it took me 20 minutes to get to Kent Lake from Little Nevada. So it's possible. Through the construction in Covington, I did not go the way by Casco.
Right, that's where I live.
Having balanced enrollment means students have more options to explore their interests and careers. It means they don't have to have 3 levels of French in the same one class at the same time with the same teacher. That's what my daughter has. She is in a class with 3 levels, and the same happened to my son before he graduated, because our administration is doing the best they can to give our children the most opportunities with what they have. So that's why we are fighting for Kent Lake. They don't need to have chemistry and physics in the same class at the same time, because they don't have the numbers for separate class of physics. They don't need to have 3 different computer classes taught by the same teacher at the same time, because we don't have numbers to give them opportunity to have separate classes. To graduate, students need to pass the state testing or have substitute as a career pathway. The pathway requires 2 years of classes in the same field. With fewer students enrolled at Kent Lake, we have limited pathways, which means they have limited choices. We hear parents talk about convenience of schools being closer because they can pick up the children to take them to extracurricular activities. For a lot of our students, the only extracurricular activities are the ones available at our schools. The decisions you will make today are the decisions to provide equitable access to all students, to tear down the barriers and remove the labels so all Kent School District students can feel that their school is the best one for them, and no school is better equipped, better funded, with more or better opportunities than another school in the same district. We are educating the future leaders, and if they grow up in a privileged bubble, they will become proponents of divided districts and communities based on their convenience and their preferred values and not built on equity. I'm asking the board today to look past the emotion of change being hard and look at the future of change being good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Joseph Simiamo.
Before I begin, I have a disclaimer. I am here as a parent of 2 children in the Kent School District. I am not here in my role or capacity as a Covington City Council member. My views do not necessarily align with my fellow council members or the City of Covington. I live in that northeastern part of Covington that Dr. Behringer mentioned earlier. I'm a graduate of one of those high-impact schools that have been discussed tonight. I went to Neely O'Brien from 1st through 6th grade in the 90s. That school was at 800 students, roughly, at any given time during that frame. One of the best educations I ever got was Neely O'Brien Elementary, so I thank the district for Neely O'Brien. I was one of the lucky ones who got a transfer, though, from Kent Junior High to Matson Middle School, or Matson Junior High at the time, because my family was going to move. We had finally been able to move from the Kent Valley to the Kent East Hill. My student was not given the opportunity or to have that same opportunity I did when it came to a transfer. In 2020, I asked for a transfer from Kent Lake to Kentwood because of the location, geography, and my student suffers from anxiety. I got a text message from him today. He had a panic attack in first period. I am half an hour away from my student if I have to get him. I am half an hour away at any time of the day to go get my student if he has a panic attack or any other things to deal with his anxiety. The anxiety was caused, of course, during the COVID pandemic, but it is still an issue that many of our children are dealing with. I was told that there were 43 students on the transfer portal to go to Kentwood in 2020, and not a single transfer was granted. We talk about being able to transfer students, but we can't if those transfers are denied. These parents in Northeastern Covington are not complaining about equity or complaining about privilege or complaining about change, because our neighborhood is not being changed. We are asking for change. We are asking for that equitable chance to get to our students quicker if there is an emergency. If you look at the geographical data, we live in the most dangerous places one of the most dangerous places in the world. I'm not saying Mount Rainier is going to erupt, but if it does, I want my kid home as quickly as possible. I want my kids to be safe. I want my kids to do everything that they have the abilities to. They will be safe at Kent Lake. I believe that with my entire heart. The old joke when my sister went to Kent Lake was like going up to Kent Lake, because that was before Kent Lake Highlands was built or any other homes, was it did look like a prison because it's right there popping out of the middle of woods. That was the joke with many of my friends. Now it's that neighborhood school for the Kent Lake Highlands and the new homes being built right there. We are asking in Northeastern Covington for our neighborhood to be the Kentwood boundary. This will not affect my student because Ms. Maurer, my son, loves your school. He wants to stay there. So in January, if you make those changes to put Northeastern Covington, I will be one of the first people to put in for a transfer for my son to go from Kentwood to Kent Lake because he wants to stay at Kent Lake. But I'm asking for the other 130 students in Northeastern Covington to be given the opportunity for Kentwood. We were told about natural boundaries earlier. There's a natural boundary of Highway 18. We were told of moving boundaries because of ease to get students, instead of going to Grass Lake, to go to Jenkins Creek because of the closeness. I feel that that's the same opportunity for Northeastern Covington, as the closeness to Kentwood is easier to get to and makes more sense than to Kent Lake. The numbers will be there. Once Lake Point is finished, those numbers will be there. It's going to take a few years. There will be growing pains, but without growing pains, we don't become stronger. And I believe firmly that Northeastern Covington should be in the Kentwood area. I thank the committee members for their time in doing this. 7 months is long. I appreciate your work. It is work I don't want to do, and I thank you all for it. I ask you, before you take the vote tonight, you make that change. Or if you need time to study it, postpone the vote for 2 weeks. But I ask for this change, please, for the members of my community and for the 130 students who may want this change. Thank you.
Thank you. We're on to Tamara, Lucretia, Ms. T.
Okay, so I really wasn't going to speak today. It's just coming in here to, cheer. But I want to give a shout out first and foremost to Seuss Creek. Ms. Harkins was my youngest son's first teacher. Yes, Seuss Creek superstars. And let me give a shout out to some of these Kenwood kids here at Matson Middle School. Before I went to Mill Creek Middle School, I was at Matson, so these are my babies. So yes, I'm gonna have to give a shout out later and send me graduation stuff so I can send you some money, because that's what they do apparently. So at the end of the day, I am for boundary changes. I'm for boundary changes for a host of reasons. It's time. We're done having conversations. We talk too much. We need to start doing some things and start making some moves, okay? And being the example to some of these students. I mean, they've been hearing it for, I don't know how long, long time. And so we need to start making some long-term sustainable solutions. I'm gonna speak for the Valley. I'm gonna speak for the Valley because they have been overcrowded for a long time. So this conversation is done. I get it. I love other people's truths. Like, I'm here for it. I am here. I will cheer you on. I will advocate for you. But at the end of the day, there is a school that I work at that has more than 44 kids that are affected from overcrowding. So we're talking about equity here. We're talking about equity, and we're not redefining what equity is, but we're actually talking about equity and what we are doing to provide the services and the resources that these students need, all of our students. We can go to a football game and go, Kent Meridian against Kentwood. We could do all that, but at the end of the day, when we're talking about educating students, we're actually talking about all of them because they're all our babies. And I'll tell you what, I love these kids. They know. They know. I come to games still. I come to track meets. I see them. I hear them say, Miss T. And that just warms my heart. So I just want to make sure that all students have the opportunity to participate in activities that will make them better humans. You guys are my retirement fund. I need you to get good jobs. But we need to do better, and we can do better. And if we need to open up some transfer processes for some of these families in the short term, so we can create some long-term solutions for all of our students, then let's just do that. Let's just do that. Because if that's what their children need, if that's what their kids need in the short term, then that's what we need to provide. But there are students out there are kids out there that have learned how to pivot from life circumstances. And it wasn't because of boundaries. I'm remiss if we're talking about these arbitrary boundaries during the month of November when we're talking about Indigenous Peoples Month. Mm-hmm. And we're celebrating and honoring and acknowledging lands that we took from them. And we're sitting up here having boundary discussions. So for those clutching their pearls about CRT, that is cultural responsive teaching, and it's not CRT in the critical thinking that you're thinking of. So stop clutching your pearls. So let's really have this intentional conversation in and around boundaries and how we can support all the students. I am always available for coffee. I do not hide behind keyboards. Let's make the right choice, and then we'll fix the little things later that are actually really big in other people's, in other families. But let's make the right choice today.
Thank you. We're on to Noah, is it Harris? And please correct me if I can't read your writing.
I'm Noah Harris, and I was going to discuss upon the boundary problems, because I understand that I have a few friends at my school that are they're further away, and they come to Kentwood through their parents' ride, but sometimes they can't get their parents, so they ask students who drive for help, and sometimes they can't make it sometimes, so it's like a late or an absence, and I just want that to be changed, understanding that people can't make they can't make that transportation, and some people can't really afford it, and it just feels like it would help out with those circumstances to be able to provide transportation a little more further out for people who are further away from our schools. But yeah, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. We're on to Paul Garvey.
Thank you to the board and the president and the superintendent. I wanted to say that there's no way, this is a change that has to be made, right? We got kids, particularly in the valley, that are suffering, and we got to do something. We got to do something. But it's just about impossible to be able to make a change of this size and there not be some things that maybe we don't have exactly right. And so one of the things, I was one of the guys that brought up the problem with communication, right? So my Mexican, Nepali, Chinese, and Somali neighbors had no clue that we were changing what was happening to their kids. And it's the same sort of thing with some of the early childhood development things, right? We've got capacity, we've got twice the capacity available, but probably the people that need it most don't know, right? And so we've got to figure out how to improve communication. I understand that the rules state that I'm not allowed to identify staff members in particular, but after I identified communication as a problem at that listening session, there was a staff member who's here today, and there was a principal from one of your elementary schools that was at my bus stop the next morning trying to do their best to communicate to the multiple languages of the people that were there. And that's like good on them, good on them. And beyond that, because I checked several of those immigrants' book bags, there was a half sheet that went out to all the kids that I checked, went out the next day. That communication should have happened a lot earlier. We can't change the past, but I want to recognize what the committee did in very short order, right? That was 24 hours that they reacted and tried to do something better. If I can take a detour for a moment, you know, we've talked about how transportation I'm sorry, not transportation, but transfer requests, it comes across as this sort of panacea, right? Oh, hey, don't worry about it, you can just transfer. A specific example, right? If my kid ended up at a school that was not right for my kid, I can transport him. But I talked to one of those Nepali families in my neighborhood, and she said, I don't know, I got to talk to my family because my husband takes the car, and I don't know how I would get the kid there, right? So transportation is a big issue, and transportation is a big issue, particularly out at Clark Lake. Sorry, out at Kent Lake, right? So if you're a family that relies upon bus service and whatnot, there's no way you're going to go out and support after-school programs, and there's no way that you're going to be able to go meet with your teachers, even though you're very interested in participating in the education of your kids. Lastly, and this is probably my biggest point, I firmly believed that the listening sessions were more gripe sessions, right? That those listening sessions that were planned were an opportunity for us to come blow off some steam, and then they would send us away. I have come to the conclusion that that's not true and that I was wrong. And so I want to commend the people running the process and the multitude of committee members that are behind me, that I know that they weren't able to accommodate everybody's requests, but I do, because I've been wandering around, I know much more about your file storage system than I did 2 weeks ago. But I do see the changes that are being made. I see that there's where things could happen, and so I'm very, very thankful that that not only did you give me the opportunity to speak, but that I was actually heard. And we got to figure out how to get together and fix the biggest problems first, and then try to address some of the smaller problems that are caused by that. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Andy Lai. Is it Lee?
Lee, yes.
I'm sorry.
So I am a current senior at Kentwood High School, and some background information on me to let you understand my viewpoint as I come here and talk about boundaries. I came to the Kentwood School District. I originally went to East Hill Elementary. I went to Matson, and now I attend Kentwood. And so I originally came here with the area that affects me most. I am one of the lucky residents in the Covington area that lives close to Kentwood but does not have to go to Kent Lake based on where I live, and I was one of the lucky ones. And many of the students and my peers around me are really affected by that, who live about 5 miles away from Kentwood but then still have to travel twice the distance to get down to Kent Lake. And I do understand that with the enrollment and the size of schools that things need to be changed. Like for the high impact area, I used to go there around East Hill, so I know about the high impact that happens around in the Kent Meridian area, as with the high cultural diversity, but the amount of people that are applied for free reduced lunch. I as myself am applied on free reduced lunch, so I understand the amount of change that needs to happen in these boundaries. But at the same time, with that border change for the Kentwood and Kent Lake area, many of these students don't have the means of transportation that are able to take them, and I have friends who had to get their license very early on and pay so much money for their own gas and have to work to get for their own gas at these points, because many of these families don't have the financial means to even take care for them. So I do understand, and I appreciate the board and the members of the committee for listening to the families about their problems and the issues about these boundaries, but at the same time, I want you to think twice for these families that have struggled so much financially to even travel to where they are when they could simply just go to a school that is so close to them. I understand that the transfer process is an option, but again, that will only apply to those that are mostly in need. And even with those that aren't in need, things need to change, and I feel like there should be more of an empathetic and more just a better view on these people who aren't financially unstable with the transportation to the Kentwood and Kent Lake area. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that concludes our testimony for the public hearing. So we're on to 8.01, the 2023 Boundary Change Final Report. I'm going to call on Superintendent for introductions. Excuse me.
Madam President and members of the board, there would technically have to be a closure of the public hearing. And since we took a formal vote before, it would be consistent to take a formal vote to close the formal hearing.
Move to close the hearing.
Second.
Discussion? All right, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor of closing the public hearing signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We've now closed the public hearing. So can we now go to introductions, Mr. Vell? Do we want to bring him back up, or are we done with that?
Did you say no?
Dr. Berenger will come up.
I mean, come on.
Any final recaps, Dr. Berenger?
I do have a question.
All right.
We've heard a lot about the transfer process, and I asked earlier about what the hierarchy of that is, and that does make sense that there might be some tweaks to that. There is the current, but could you please address the idea of the transfer process? Is it a one-for-one? Somebody has to move out for somebody else to move in? Are there going to be additional, especially when we're hearing around our high schools?
Director Margale, great question. I'm going to defer to my colleague, Associate Superintendent of Schools and Academic Support, Mr. Randy Heath, who oversees the transfer process, to be able to give you a more detailed response.
Thank you. Yes, we have a transfer policy and procedure. We are looking at revising the procedure right now and should come forward to acknowledge the boundary changes and those students that are impacted by them in terms of needing to possibly move schools from where they are right now. It does have a lot to do with the capacity of the school as to whether we can accept transfer requests. And one of the difficulties at times in accepting transfer requests early is that a lot of times populations fluctuate over the course of the 6 months between when the staffing is set and then school actually starts. So we generally sometimes have to wait until actually school starts and we see how many students actually show up to understand whether we have capacity or not. And we know that that does create some difficulties in the transfer process because, you want to have a good idea of where your kids are going to be going in the fall, and to have to wait until a day or so before or even after school has begun can be problematic. So it's not a guarantee in any means, but whenever we can make those decisions earlier, we do. We do have a priority system that is outlined in our procedures as to who. It's a lottery, but it's a weighted lottery.
I guess the question that I'm looking for an answer to is will there be additional spots opened up with this, or are we staying with the same numbers that we would have offered before?
So the capacity really comes down from staffing. So we take a look at the staffing. So we will do this initial boundary change. We will see where students land with the new addresses. We'll build our staffing off of that. And then from there, we will see what kind of capacity exists. And the reality is, based on the schedule that is built by the school, especially like, say, a high school, you may have more room for capacity at, say, 10th grade than you do at 11th grade. And so 10th grade students may get placed, but 11th grade students, because it has to do with like their core classes and other things like that. We have always made it a priority to keep seniors at the schools. I mean, having them move for their last year of school is not a good thing. And I don't think we've turned down any seniors in recent history that have applied for a transfer that have already attended that school.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we went through all the 8.01 comments, and I'm supposed to have a last call here, I guess, for the public. I guess even if you didn't fill out a card, on the public hearing, there's a last call that I'm seeing on my report here. And then I'm saying that I'm hearing that I'm supposed to close the public hearing, but we already did that. So, okay, so we're on to 9.0. I will entertain a motion regarding what we've been discussing on the boundary change final report.
Move approval of 901-2023 boundary change final report.
Second.
Discussion.
Look, this has been a 7-month process, tremendous review, and several fundamental issues that had to be addressed. The board has always taken the position that equity is a fundamental principle in terms of how we work. And there's no way you can look at the enrollment figures in the Valley schools and say that it works. Those are normal changes over time. It's where the population is. It's where people are moving. These are the challenges that any long-term plan will have to make adjustments to. So this is not a surprise. It's been coming for quite some time. It's gone through a tremendous amount of discussion. It would be foolish to say that everybody's going to be happy with the final solution simply because it does, in fact, create change, and change, of course, does create sacrifices, some of which are more onerous than others. But the fundamental goal is, are we doing the right thing by the students that we serve? That is a choice that we make as a community. The whole purpose of this prolonged exercise was to listen and hear, look at the issues, study the problem, and try and come up with solutions that will work. And with that, I will be supporting this motion.
To your point, Director Clark, that this has been a really long process and we've had a lot of community involvement in this. And I think sitting here, I would be, I can doubt many things. Why is this one here? What about this street? What about that? But I have to give deference to the work that's gone into it and the community and people that have been involved with this and the time. There is nothing more precious than time and the community that has done this. So that I appreciate that and give a lot of deference to that in the boundary. I do want to say that I hope we continue to look at the priority of giving busing. I very much appreciated the comments of the students and high school is so much more, middle school too, but I really think about the community that you build and by the programs that you choose and the people that you choose to be around, and then also just getting help after school with algebra, because algebra is hard, and that we need to be able to get our students, if we are asking them to make a movement across the district to go to a different school, to be able to equalize out the boundaries and the enrollments, we also need to look at the commitment to them to let them fully be part of that school. And that involves getting them to and from the activities. And proud Kent School District graduate, but I remember activity buses, and it was shocking to me to hear that they were not there the way that they were many years ago when I went. And so I also very much saw the presentation and think about where our budgets are, but being part of a school is being fully part of a school, and that's not on the board today for us to decide, but it should be, and it needs to be, and those are the next steps. And so that's what I look forward to is, and what's next. And so we talked about that with sixth graders moving up, and what's next? What does that look like? And so today's one of many steps that will get us to be that premier district that we are the first choice for people to go to. And so I do fully support the changes that we're making today, but also very much know that this is not made in a vacuum. I look forward to what's next. Thank you.
I just wanted to say that, many of you said change is hard. I mean, no one likes to have any change. I had a career that required change because engineering is always changing, and even then people did not like change. So I understand that. I get it. But I had 4 kids who graduated from Kent School District waiting for that change to happen. And I am sitting here to make sure that families that are now have kids in this district do not have to go through that same issue that my family has gone through. And I just want to make sure that one thing I ask is, if we have to over-communicate, let's over-communicate. Because what Paul said is absolutely true. We really want to make sure that parents who their first language is not English will find out this in August of next year and say, whoa, my kid is not going to this school anymore, so what do I do? And that's what I want to make sure. We use every possible avenue to communicate. Even if we have to bombard people and they say, enough, I'd rather have that than have one family that finds out their child is not going to school that they were expecting to go. And it takes a Herculean effort to do that. And I truly appreciate the work that the committee has done, how the committee was available to make changes that were recommended, even though they have worked many hours to make sure. And it's not an easy task. The data is continuously changing. And this, there is no perfect system. There is no such a thing as perfect system. We will always make improvement. And the boundary changes is not the one and the only one. We're going to continue making improvements because our community will keep growing and moving and changing their location. Therefore, we're not only stuck to this. So for me, that's where I am drawing my reasoning behind, and it's really overdue. I mean, imagine, Mill Creek. You walk in and you're like, what in the world is going on? And you go into school like, somewhere, and you're like, how is this equitable? And multiple times I hear teachers say, how can you have more than 30 students in the class? And I look at the East Hill or near Covington classes, there are like 15 kids in the class. It's not equity. It's not something that we want to make sure, that we're not showing our kids that we care about them. And I'm sitting here because I want to make sure that the kids know someone who cares about them is here, sitting at this table. And I'm going to make sure that we support this. It's long overdue. We're not going to make every single family happy. That is not possible. So that is where I am going to vote tonight. Thanks.
Well, I think I probably talked this to death and looked at it. I think it was pretty educational to me that I was concerned about the kids living in the Birch Creek area being on a bus a half an hour each way. But I learned at one of the Kent Lake session that they asked the kids that live down there, and they want to go there. That's not a problem. I heard everybody say, oh, that's just terrible. Hey, they asked the kids, and that's not true. So I have a lot to learn, and I'm glad we asked the kids. So I am concerned. I think they still have this program, but I believe one day a week they used to provide a bus for after school if they had to stay for activities or needed extra help. I think that's still going on. I hear the principal shaking her head, and that's good because, again, we want to give the kids opportunities. So we do have some schools are providing transportation. We probably do need to do more of that for activities and stuff like that. And I honestly think we need to advocate on Covington Way, even though it's such a small road, for a bus to go up all the way up to Covington off of Kangley, and they could stop right there, and then it's only a couple blocks to walk to the high school. And if people needed to do activities of that or something like that. So I'm going to start talking to some of our King County Council people about that. Yes. Because I think that's a big need out there, because we don't have transportation out there. But how do we get it? We advocate. And so it's a bigger picture than that. And I am concerned. I live out near Kent Lake High School, Grass Lake, all that. I can see the parents have a real argument about living close to Kentwood, and that bothers me. But what I think is not happening here is there's a big apartment complex that's going in on Covington and Wax Road. I know there's going to be a lot of kids go out of there, and I think they're going to have that open before you know it. I think there's a lot more development out at Lake Point already, because I've driven that area. Those homes are starting to fill up with families, and I think Kent Lake is going to grow. But we can't count on that until it happens. So unfortunately, probably the people up in that area are going to be a little disappointed. And I feel their pain, but sometimes we have to give, and we have to do hard things. And I know that when I had to go to college, which I was very privileged several years ago to have that opportunity, and honestly, I didn't realize it was such a privilege when I went. But when I went to college, I'd never been away from home. And I went to college, and I think I lost more contact lenses. I fell more times, and I was so discombobulated, and I just wanted to go home so bad. But I told myself, I'm not going to do that. And finally, I was thrilled. I was happy, and I was happy to be there. And it was the best thing I've ever done, because I probably would have been afraid and never done anything again if I didn't do it. So I think our kids are a lot more resilient than we give them credit for. And we've got to teach these kids some grit. And I'm not trying to be mean, but, you know, we've got to, there's going to be things, we know if they're going through COVID, it was terrible. And we've got to say, yeah, we're going through COVID, but we can get through this, because they're looking for us for answers. So I'm going to support this boundary change, so thank you. All right, are we ready for the vote? Looks like it. So all those in favor of the current 9.01 boundary change final report, will you please signify by raising your right hand and saying aye?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, will you please signify by raising your right hand and saying nay? Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 10-point informational, 10.01, Kent Lake High School cell tower update.
Just informational.
Does anybody have any questions regarding that? Okay, so we're moving right along. All right, we're on to 11.0, the consent agenda.
We have this
Madam
one.
Chair, I need to amend.
Oh, no, excuse me, just, we have one comment, I'm sorry, I missed that. So before we go into the consent agenda, we have a student that would like to speak, and that's Rashawn Hughes. Hughes, is that correct? Rashawn? LaShawn? Can't tell by the writing here. Is it an R, an L? You think, I think you.
Probably left.
All right.
Yeah.
We gave him a chance.
Yeah.
All righty, he got tired of us. All right, now let's try that again.
Wait.
Oh, we found him. Come on in.
My name's Rashawn Hughes. I'm coming here to talk about special education educators. It has come to my attention talking about teachers that special education para-teachers need to get paid more money. They get paid 1/3 of an average teacher salary, and they deal with difficult students in difficult situations. If we want our most vulnerable students to have the best education, we need to choose the best and not what is left from the pile. That's it.
Thank you.
My guy.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, no more comments, so we're on to. Did you fill out a card? We really have procedure that we don't, and I'm very sorry, but I can't make an exception, because then I'd make an exception to everybody. All right, we're on to 11.0.
Madam Chair, if I can, I need to make an amendment to 1110 personnel report.
You're making a motion?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I'm asking, may I make an amendment?
All right, go ahead.
So on the personnel report, I would strike all resignations from certificated personnel from that report. And that is a motion.
Oh, I second.
Discussion. All those in favor of amending
1110.
1110 of all certificated
Resignations.
signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries.
With that, Madam Chair, I'll move 1101 to 1113 for approval on the consent.
I second.
All right. Discussion?
What's 11:13?
It's 11:10.
I'm sorry,
11:10 to
11:10. No, 11:13.
Oh, the acceptances.
Yeah, because remember.
That you were added. Thank you, sorry.
Yeah.
We already,
My apologies.
11:13.
okay.
Got it.
I looked confused.
I
was.
Any discussion? Any further?
No, just an appreciation of the Kent Schools Foundation for their their grant that was received.
Right.
And for the gift acceptances that supported our schools.
Yeah, that's going to be a great thing for our kids to get that.
Absolutely.
And all the teachers to do all the projects, and that we're meeting that. That's great. Any other discussion before we?
President Hamad, I just want to make sure that we spoke of one, that we included the 11.11, 11.12, 11.13, which was added. I know we talked about one, but the others as well. Just making sure.
You did say that one.
I did add them.
He
Yeah,
said
he
it.
did add it, yeah.
He included it.
He added it.
Okay. Further discussion? All those in favor of approving the consent agenda from 11.01 to 11.13 signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. We're on to 12.0, communication, final communication. We have some, all righty. Okay, first up is Gavin Richardson. And final communications, Gavin Richardson. Doesn't look like Gavin Richardson's here. Going on to Nicholas Domingo.
I think they were the kids. Yeah.
Doesn't look like Nicholas Domingo is here. Going on to Diego Valasenor. Doesn't look like Diego is here. And the last one is Daniel Gregson. Doesn't look like Daniel's here. All righty. We're on to, okay, we've done all that. We must be on to 12.02, board reports, starting with Director Clark.
Given the hour, I'll choose to pass.
Director Margell.
Again, I try to keep my comments down below 3 minutes in observance of that. That's what we limit our community to. And I guess my comments, I came in here tonight with not a lot to say other than seeing a boardroom full of parents and community members is one of the coolest things that you can see, and I still highly encourage it. I want to thank all that were involved with the boundary committee and the time that they put into that. I also would like to thank the time that was put into the listening sessions. Again, support that model and hope that it's something that we continue within the district. And I love the head nods that I get with this. I think everybody really liked it. So as a public school, you have to have the public in the public school districts. And so thank you for all of the parents that came out for that. I also very much appreciated the comments about changing minds. And I think that is the opportunities that we gave people and the trust that was given in the district. And I just think that was very cool to hear and appreciated it. And I look forward to the what's next. There's a lot of what's next, and what an exciting time to be part of KSD. And I'm glad to be part of it. And then the last thing I'm going to say is I'm very much looking forward to the girls' state swim meet this weekend. And I'm going to take a little point of order and shout out to two Kent Ridge swimmers that are going to state this year, both in breaststroke. So in case you're around Federal Way, 7 a.m., 8 a.m. on Veterans Day, come on down and support. And it's exciting to watch. So that is the end of my board report.
Thank you. Since last meeting, I didn't get chance to visit schools, which I really like to do all the time, because just seeing those kids and those faces always brings joy to my face and to my heart. And so that is one thing I always look forward to. I'm looking forward to next week. We have the WASDA conference that we have to go to Spokane. It's going to be cold. I can't.
We
I
get to.
I can't.
We
I
get to
can't.
go.
I can't. It's like, oh my God. We got to do what we got to do. I just wanted to really take time to, when I see the kids, that reminds me why I do this. Several kids came up and spoke tonight, and you know how mature they look, and how, even though they were scared, were able to come up and speak clearly of what they wanted to, talk to us about. And so it tells me that we're on the right path, and that we have kids that are going to be the next generation leaders, and it gives me hope, and I really like to see that more often, and we should invite more of the kids, especially student leaders, to come up and speak and let us know what is it that they struggle with, and so that we can help them make their school journey better. I also want to take time to thank the Boundary Committee. The work that they have done, it was unimaginable, because there's no winning. It's a lot of moving parts, so many things that they have to consider, and they really put in their own time, especially community, and spent many hours to make sure that they addressed all of the issues that came up. I'm sure they're not going to be able to solve all of the issues, because this is a moving particle, and you will never be able to pin it down into one spot. And it's always constant improvement, and I am in that camp where we're always going to make changes. We're always going to ask ourselves the question, are we doing the right thing? Are we doing what we are expected to do? Some of these kids that have in our schools today will be in careers that we don't even know what they are today. So we have to prepare them for that. So, to have them go from elementary to middle school, to have them go from high school and graduate, we just have to make sure that we do the best possible work that we can do to make sure that they're ready for the world. So I want to thank the staff, and I will always say this, Kent School District staff is the best staff as far as I'm concerned. And I want to take time and let you know, every single chance I get, I will let you know, you guys are the best, bar none. So I'm not going to stop saying that. I'm going to keep saying that, because you need to be reminded that you are the best. Thank you, and that concludes my report.
Well, I think I would be remiss if I didn't start out with an additional thoughts and prayers are with Ingram High School in North Seattle. I remember the very first incident of this, and I couldn't believe it was happening, and it continues. And we don't seem to have that solved, and it's horrible. And every incident is horrible. We've got to do better as a society. And I had a couple emails after that telling me we have some issues in our schools in Kent. And I'm going to look into it. I don't know if there's any truth to it. I'm sure they may think there's truth to it, and there may be some things we do need to improve, because safety is a primary thing that we have to have in our schools. On a much brighter note, I attended last Thursday the play at Kentridge, and I was kind of down that night, and I was kind of tired that night, and I thought, I don't really want to go, and I think it was raining that night. And when I sat in the audience, our kids at Kentridge, what talented kids, man. They were just right on. The message was right on. They even did their own music live. They had a piano and a violin and a drum once in a while, but they provided that live off stage. And I've taken a few lessons in piano for several years, and to fit in with all the choreographics on that play, the accompaniment, the stage productions, the costumes, our kids are doing amazing things. So go out and see a play that they put on, because it's cheap entertainment, and it's as darn good as going down to Seattle and spending $200 or something. So take advantage of our kids. I'm looking forward actually to going to WASDA in Spokane. I went to school over in that area for 2 years, and I know about the snow, and I'll survive. I'm looking forward to, I was invited to KEA, one of our partners, and we have to continually be talking to our partners for a conversation next week, so I'm looking forward to that. I'm very pleased to see out in Superintendent Vella's weekly report to us, one of the things that I was really excited about is we're offering more mental health, and that budget toward that, we're continually trying to find methods, and being able to do it live at your home or something and get that help is a big deal. And I know we need probably more in our schools and stuff live, but whatever we can do, we've partnered with Valley Cities and with Kent Youth and Family Services, but we need more, I know, unfortunately, and I'm glad that we're spending our money that way. I'm actually looking forward to a conversation with ADL that we're going to put on during the end of the month, and maybe learning and growing from that, and a top-notch job by our boundary committee, our community, and everybody that did that. So thank you, and it's right around 9:56. I think we're all tired and want to go home. So thank you for being here and supporting your schools. I am going to close the meeting at 9:56. Thank you.
Until you change.
I know.